the line really well, but got into shake about 100, 200 foot out there or thereabouts. Finally put in a banker last night, 6.3. I say banker, 630 would have been one of his best runs ever not that long ago. But he's now been down into the 6.1s. He went 6.30. That set him up with a round one matchup against Nick Davis with the Turbo Firebird. Nick put in 3 runs in the 6.0s yesterday, coupled with his reaction times. He's going to be very, very tough indeed to beat. However, as we just found out in the other round one matchup, it's never ever that cut and dry. Wayne has the potential to go in the 6.1s, probably even the 6.0s, quite honestly, if the crew can find the combination. Nick Davis, Rob Loring, they've been in the 5s before. However, this is a race to the line. There we go. Rob Loring says, go get him, Nick. Wayne's crew put him on the line. Belinda puts her hands on her head. So, turbo car, blower car, you pick him. Nick Davis building up the boost. Bumping into stage. Here goes Wayne. Well, Nick Davis away really well. Goes 6.20 at 195. Clicked it before the finish line by the looks of that. 6.66 at 2.09 for Wayne. The car just sounded a little bit flat off the start line, unfortunately. Reaction time advantage to Nick Davis. And it will be Nick Davis, actually, getting the bye into the final in the semi-finals. The other side of the ladder will be a race between Ali Wallace and the man coming round next, Kev Slyfield. Not sure quite why Nick lifted out there. Yeah, not that long ago, a 6.60 would have felt quite good for Wayne Nicholson. However, I think this time round he's going to be a bit disappointed with that. But if Pro Mod was easy, everyone would be doing it. So the last run for this round of Pro Modified will set up our semi-final matchups. Kev Slyfield with the blown bird. Very nice. Textbook tyre warmer, that one, from Kev. Waiting for him in the semi-finals is Annie Wallace. He's up the top end, probably quite happy, just run another PB. Those nitrous cars are really pesky, especially in warm weather. So it'd be interesting to see how far Kev takes it down the racetrack. My guess would be through second gear, just to make sure that they got the setup right off the start line. He earned this bye run by being the #1 qualifier. They're so meticulous in everything they do, to the point that they've actually put a line down the centre of the car and make sure it's right. What do I know about checking it out? There we go. Did click it before the finish line. Still goes 6.47. 1 flat to 60 foot, 3.95 at 1.88 to the 8th mile. He's been quicker than that before, but consistency is what it's all about. Just making sure everything's working properly. It'll be Kev against Annie in the semi-final. Outlaw Anglia, round number 1. Can we have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro. Thank you. Mick Taylor with the Banshee. I beg your pardon, actually. This isn't round 1. This is the last qualifying session for Outlaw Anglia. I do apologise. Well done to Kev Slyfield's team. Yeah, Q4. That's cool. Yeah, last qualifying session for Outlaw Anglia before they go into eliminations a bit later on. Jed Guy with the Shorty's hot rod in the Auto Glim Lane. Jed has run unbelievable times with this car. The 704 that he ran the other day, he actually clicked it about 1,000 foot because he thought something was up. That could have been the one. What we're all looking for is the first 6-second pass with an Outlaw Anglia on this side of the planet. I think Mick Taylor's car's just died. He was purging the nitrous. Jed purges it too. Let's see if Mick can get refired. I think it's going to be Jed Guy on a bye run. So, for the next 7 seconds or so, 107 to 60 for Jed, 450 at the 8th, and a 707 at 188 miles an hour at the stripe for Jed. He's going to be one seriously tough lad to beat all season long if he keeps doing that. Problems for Mick Taylor, unfortunately. Well, the good thing is, it wasn't actually round one, it was the last qualification run. So they've got time to fix it and sort it out. We need to tell Colin that there's no burnout competition this weekend. That was last week, but whatever. It's always good to see. Flying five for himself, Colin Miller, who up until Jed Guy went 7:01 the other week, was the closest man to the magic 6-second run. Went 7:04 at the Hot Rod Drags last year. Snapped the camshaft just before the finish line. That may have been the one. He's had a horrendous tyre shake just about every single run off the start line as Colin. In the Kestrel Lane against Ben Kennedy, who's wow, hopefully enjoyed himself at the drags again after a couple of really rough weekends out, hitting the wall, blowing the engine up. Yesterday, personal best 10.05. That's a big personal best as well, actually, for Ben. Well, Colin caught that one really well. 7.0, 7.11 at 190 miles an hour. That's more like it. That was the one they were looking for. Ben Kennedy goes 10.51 at 131 miles an hour. It doesn't change anything in the qualified order, but still really good. And I think Colin and the team would be happier, much happier with that. Still with shake off the line, but a 7.11 at 190. Absolutely hauling. Okay, I think we've got Super Street Bike, we've got Street Eliminator, Super Gas to come. Next on the order is actually first round of Street Eliminator, then Super Street Bike and Super Gas, and then we get into well, we've got loads and loads to do today. I have to ask, is there any reason you have to sit in the boot of the Rolls-Royce? You can't get in the chairs. They are known for having very comfy chairs and nice air conditioning. Seriously? No? Fair enough then. All right. I thought you couldn't get a more stylish tow car and you sit in the boot of it. There we go. Never mind. So, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator round one coming up now. Joe Stevens with the Sunbeam Stiletto taking on Andy Bond. Everyone made the cruise last night, which is good news because it sets everything up really nicely for race day. Also, this is the first time ever we've had both Mark Todd and Andy Bond on the property with the prospect of racing each other at some point. It hasn't happened yet. Still might not happen. So the ugly sister of Andy Bond, who was the #2 qualifier with a 7.47, he put in a couple of very incrementally quick runs, but didn't take it all the way out the back door. He did make one soft run, which is the 747, over 200 miles an hour, soft. But, yeah, this is racing. He's got to get there first. He's in the Kestrel beer lane, taking on Joe Stevens, who is a bit happier with life. Went 9.19 yesterday. He just said that he needs to try and get control of it off the start line. If it hooks and goes, it will be very, very quick, because he appears to have sorted out whatever his engine issues are. These are street cars on street tyres, folks. Still a bit of tyre slip for Joe. However, he can see out the window Andy Bond disappearing into the distance too. 744, 200 miles an hour. Getting there for Joe. 862 at 160. Still with a bit too much tyre slip off the start line, unfortunately, for the little Sunbeam. Yeah, these are, sorry if I didn't explain before, these are street cars, folks. They're street legal. Taxed, MOT'd, they go out on a 26-mile cruise. They're nothing like the cars that you see, let's just say, in drag week, where they do drive a long way in the street, but then when they get to the racetrack, they change the whole setup. They put wheelie bars and slicks and everything else on. These cars are exactly, apart from the parachutes maybe, exactly as they go out on the cruise. They run the same tyres, everything is exactly the same. Obviously, all they do is turn the engine down a little bit for the cruise, because you really don't want 3,000 brake horsepower's worth of twin turbo big block under your right foot on English country roads. So Elliot Day with Plan B. Elliot went 8.88. I had the pleasure of his dad popping up to see us this morning. Dave, who's putting him in stage, and said he's just blown away by the job Elliot's doing. He's so happy with him. He's only 16 years old, actually. Well, Elliot's moving into stage. Mark Todd. No, Mark Todd's okay. Mark Todd is coming forward. But anyway, yeah, Elliot is doing the tuning and the driving and everything. He's 16. What are we doing at 16 years old? Racing in Street Eliminator? Tuning a race car? Driving it in the 8s? I don't think so. I think Mark Todd might have a problem. Well, I thought too soon. Long gone in the Aston. He actually had the brakes on before the finish line and still went 730 at 171. Elliot bows out with an 896 at 145. Well done, Dave. Elliot actually went red on the tree as well. Could we have VW Sportsman, please, into the lanes? Bit of smoke from Elliot's car in the shutdown area. They just want to check that out before they bring the next pair forward. Still a very cool story, though, that. Yep, just checking the racetrack. I'm not sure where the smoke had come from, but it all looks good for Elliot. Yep, there we go. So the next match up, Nigel Hale taking on Al McSweeney. With the Evolvolution, another one of those very aptly named race cars. If they sold Volvos with twin turbo small blocks, I think they might have sold a few more of them. Auto Glim Lane for Al McSweeney. Nigel Hale with Redneck Racing, the pickup, runs in the 10s. Both of these cars again street legal. Well, Al McSweeney does a decent thing and gives him a lead. Can the Volvo get there first? He's closing him down. I think he's got it. 8.45 for Al McSweeney. Finally, the crew look a bit happy with something. 160 miles an hour. Best run of the weekend in a lose-out for Nigel Hale at 10.66 at 127. Al McSweeney gave him a sporting chance on the start line. I don't think that was pretty deliberate. I think they both went into stage without spooling up, which is what Al McSweeney needs to do. But anyway, 8.45, 160, his best run ever. Damien Halliwell with the Biscayne from Wigan. Could Dave, if you're still listening, Dave Day, if you could please go and collect Elliot from the top end. Dave Day, if you can hear us, or if anyone sees Dave hanging around, if they could please ask him to go get Elliot from up the top end. Al Williamson, the Howlin' Hauler in the Kestrel Lane against Damien Halliwell. Now, you'd think that the car would have the advantage. However, there is a big Pro-Charged engine in that pickup, and that's the result. 8:49 and 163, 10:54 for Damien Halliwell. He went slightly quicker over the weekend, but good effort nonetheless. So Dave Day, if you've already heard me, excellent. If anyone hasn't, or if they do see Dave, they could ask him to get Elliot from the top end, please. So last pair should be Anthony Higgs against Ash Cooper. However, no Tony this morning with Trigger's broom. What a shame. He was getting quicker and quicker. Went 8:35 yesterday. I can see Jenny down here watching on, but unfortunately nobody in the car. So it is Ash Cooper. Taking it easy. $11.88, 136, taking it easy for Transit. I hope everyone enjoyed Transit Mania over there last night. Certainly had an interesting lot of sights and sounds from a distance. On with Super Street Bike Round 1 matchup. Wow. Jake Michelle and Steve Venables. Steve Venables, number 1 qualifier, 6.98. Everybody had a bit of trouble getting hold of the racetrack yesterday with the street tyre, due obviously to it being nice and warm. Jake Michelle went 7.57, 6.98 for Steve. Jake wants a lot more than a 7.5. Well, we've got a race. Jake actually treed the man in front. Steve goes 6.90, 218.24 miles an hour. Really good loser effort for Jake. He got him on the tree. Yeah, 7.31 at 193 for Jake Michelle. Really, really good effort. He treed Steve by a few hundredths. That is also an ACU speed record for Steve Venables. Mark Hope taking on Steve Wood. Are we running a 16 bike ladder? I do apologise if we are. So Mark Hope. Either that or Steve Wood's in for somebody that's broke. Mark Hope, Kestrel Lane. Steve Wood, Auto Glim Lane. Whoa, Mark Hope trying not to take off and looks over his shoulder as well. He has got the time to do that. 8.36 at 1:45. Steve Wood bows out with a 10.28 at 1:31. Alex Hope with the CBD Asylum bike in the Kestrel Lane. Alex was had a bit of a rough weekend so far. Only a best of 7.37. I say only because he beat his brother a few weeks ago with a much quicker ET than that. Unfortunately, though, blew it up. Taking on Mark Dainty. Mark is winning the 7.1, 7.17 for the Born to be Wild machine in the Auto Glim Lane. Here's that race first to the finish line wins. Big hole shot for Alex Hope. Couple of tenths of a second. Mark Dainty is going to do well to run that down. I think he has, though. 7.30 for Mark Dainty at 191. Alex treed him by about a quarter of a second. He trickled through with an 8.50 at 1:15. Not sure what the issue was. The numbers for Alex were still pretty good on the way down, but just petered out at the end. Al Morrison Jr. and Steve Mead, number 4 and 5 qualifier. On paper, the closest two. They can still go way quicker than they've been. Comp Bike, please, could we have you into the lanes? Al Morrison Jr. in the Kestrel lane. Steve Mead in the Auto Gloom lane. Steve was the quickest of the two in qualifying. 7.18. 7:31 for Al Morrison Jr. He's been way quicker than that before. Good race, both really good reaction times. It looks like it's Al Morrison Jr. in front, but only just. He takes the stripe. Look at that for a race. Side by side 200s. 7:11 at 2:03 for Al Morrison Jr. 7.19 at 2:03 for Steve Mead. There wasn't that much between them at 200 mile an hour at the finish line. What a terrific race. Yeah, Steve Mead actually got the jump on the line as well. That was a proper heads-up drag race. Supergas round 1. Andy Dibley with the Magic Rat against Andy Harrison with the Sierra. Just doing a quick timing system reboot. That's what we're on hold for. Unfortunately, it's not going to be quite as quick as we'd like. It won't be long though. It won't be just a moment. I mean, yeah, there we go. As soon as you shut them down, it all starts working again. There we go. Yeah, just as the timing system comes back to life. So just to run through the order, we're currently in Supergas, round number 1. We've got VW Pro next, Sportsmanity, Comp Bike, ET Bracket Bike. I'm not calling everybody, by the way. I'm just telling everybody the order. And then we run through the day, obviously, from there. One seriously packed day. No race cars going round and round in corners. Well, only 20 of them. We've got loads doing this instead. Right, I think we're just about there with the timing system. So we're ready to refire. Here we go. The thing is, though, after they couldn't have run for that amount of time, that it got too hot. So it is Andy Harrison and Andy Dibley going to be reheating the tyres for this round 1 match. So Andy Dibley was number 2 with 991. Andy Harrison was number 7, I beg your pardon, with a 995. However, it really doesn't make any difference when it comes to race day, because they're all so good on the tree and they're all really good at running that 995 number. Reaction time advantage to the Sierra. And a win. Oh, the win margin at the stripe 007, but Andy Dibley broke out by 6 thousandths of a second. 992. That's why you don't take anything that happens in qualifying as read. Right, Tim Adam against Bob Moldham. Now, Bob, I had a chat with Bob last night. Lovely to catch up with him. And he said he varies the places that he lifts and everything else as well. I don't believe that. I'm sure he does it the same every time. He's against Tim Adam. Not much in it on the tree. Bob needs to brake. Bob breaks out by quite a bit, unfortunately. Over 1/10 of a second for Mr. Molden. 10.01 will be your winner, Tim Adam. This is going to be fun. John Morton with the no-hair Camaro in the Auto Glim Lane against Paul Brown in his first ever Supergas race. All these guys know each other very, very well. Let's see what they can do this run. Big throttle stops going on. John Morton is way out in front. Don't let that fool you, though. He takes the win. 10.72 for Paul Brown at 151. Well, 10.25 at 125 takes the win for John Morton. Also, John Morton was better on the tree by about 1/10 of a second, so something was up with Paul Brown that time round. Mark White with the FX Vega. And Dave Fulton with the Camaro. Both are in the 9.9s in qualifying, which means both have no problem if either of them takes it. Almost dead even on the tree to the 1,000. Who's got the better 990 car? It's Dave Fulton. .995 beats the 998. The win margin of 300ths was pretty much the difference on the track. So, Brother Simons has just seen Dave go through. And you'll take Glen against John Turner from Maidstone, Kent, in the Kestrel Beer Lane with the Greenfish. John said he's a bit short on crew this weekend, which means he's got loads of food left, apparently. Don't believe that for a minute. John's trying to get the class closer to the 990 number. Simon Fulton takes the strike, 10.05 to a 10.15 for JT. 134 and 130 for Simon Fulton. Round number 1, VW Pro coming up now. Basically, same kind of thing as every other class, which is you dial in what you want to run. Just doing another quick timing system's not liking the weather, but it's all back and up and running very, very shortly. So James Good with the Team Militia Golf. I think a lot of VW DRC aren't going anywhere this week. Basically, this is the warm-up weekend for the Bug Jam next weekend. First weekend we've had since goodness knows when, without any restrictions at all. And it's going to be one big old event. So 11.20 is what James Gould is looking for in the Auto Glim Lane. John Brewster with the unfinished business Beetle. 12.60. Two very, very polite reaction times. I think James Gould's got trouble. John Brewster will take this, provided he doesn't break out, which he does, by over half a second. James Gould really gets away with one that time round. He was cruising all the way up. Yeah, it goes 19.73, but that was enough to take the win. James Honson dials 10.99 A lot slower than he normally does, actually. In the Auto Glim Lane, 11.95 for Rob Carter with the Audi Estate. The impersonator Audi Estate. Well, James Hodson's got a lot of catching to do. Rob Carter's way out in front. As long as he doesn't break out, he's got this. And he breaks out. Again, 2 races in a row in VW Pro. Someone in the lead's got the win in the bag. And they go too quick. 11.93, 111 for Rob Carter. Means the winner was in the Auto Glim Lane. Carl Goldsmith, Graham Fairhead. 11.2 Graham Fairhead in the Type 3. Dead even on the tree. Carl Goldsmith has got a much faster closing speed. He's backing off. It is. Oh, wow, that was a very close race. Graham Fairhead takes the win with 11.32, just 0.2 at the finish line. Carl backed off at the top end, only 126 miles an hour. That car runs much faster than that. Just that little bit, backed off just that little bit too much. Dave Crowhurst with the Primob Beetle. Darling of 9.5. Should be running against Lee Cordery. Unfortunately, Lee, well, disappeared in a big cloud of oil smoke at the top end yesterday. I can only think that was the end of his chances this weekend. Well, the fact he's not here probably gives that away as well. Dave Crowhurst now using the nitrous and everything else. Still cruising though to a 972, 138 miles an hour. So pick a car you would never think of building a race car out of. And that's what James Rhodes did, 10.40, and he's also #1 qualifier in the Auto Glim Lane. 12.20 for Ian Dale with the strip burner. Ian goes first. Well, #1 qualifier loses in round 1. Ian Dale takes the win on that one with a 12.36. 10.70 lose-outs. So, Luke and Tom. Tom Herbert with one of the family golfs in the Auto Glim Lane, 12.15. 12 flat for Luke. This will be Luke's first ever race with a new combination on this car. They were so happy to get it from one end to the other yesterday. 8 years worth of grief putting this together. Mrs. Stevenson, you deserve a medal. This car has the potential to go way, way quicker than 12 flat. I think what Luke's probably going to do is shadow Tom Herbert all the way down. There we go. They're both pretty even. Luke's right next to him. And it's Luke who takes the win. 12.77. Very nice 0.9 reaction time as well. Tom Herbert, 12.93. The win margin for Luke was 0.9 at the stripe. Pulled the parachute as well, 112 miles an hour. ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please. ET Bike into the lanes, please. So, Abby Tether should have been taking on Paul Jackson with the little pirate. Paul, nowhere to be seen, unfortunately. Abby will be on her own. Incredibly rapid car. $12.99 for Abby Tether. Well, the last pair should have been Jacob Bagley with the Jetta. Jacob missing in action as well against Adrian Sully. The late goose from Ashford, 11.20. Wonder if he'll save it for round 2 or he'll nail it. I think that's the answer. Gonna nail it. It's also always good to have a tune-up run too. Only breaks out slightly. Into round 2. VW Sportsman up next. Got Morgan Wilson with the family Beetle. 17.70 for Morgan in the Auto Glim Lane against Gareth Bates with the newer version. Seeing them side by side, you really do hardly tell the difference. Well, Morgan's still out there in front, probably looking over his shoulder and braking, and does a perfect job. She had a reaction time advantage too. That will actually go down as a whole shot win because car in the other lane closer to dial. Professor John Crawford still proudly wearing the #1 on the Golf in the Auto Glim Lane, 15.65 against Lawrence Clark. With the Thunderbug, 13.3 for Lawrence. John was your #3 qualifier, Lawrence 11. Lawrence is going to have a hard job catching John now, I think, after that bog off the start line. John Crawford is way in front. He's already braking. Look at that. Round about 1,000 foot, slowing up just to make sure he doesn't break out. Nowhere near breaking out. 18-second win for John Crawford. Nicely judged. Jack Gooding, Bruce Harvey. Bruce with the Golf in the Kestrel lane. And Jack Gooding with that lovely, lovely Corrado. Jack away first, Bruce Harvey goes red. It will be Jack Gooding into round 2. Yep, Jack Gooding takes the strike, 16.50. Can we have 8.50 bike, 9.50 bike into the lanes, please? 8.50 and 9.50 bike into the lanes for round 1, please. Larry Ainslow with Lady Baha #2 in the Kestrel lane against the man who took the money in, well, actually saying that, even though he got the perfect TT award, he was eclipsed by Morgan Wilson in the very last qualifying run. So he got the perfect TT award. Morgan was just that little teeny weeny bit better. Well, Larry's actually already caught him and gone past him by quite some margin. Laurie's got a number of car lengths as long as she doesn't break out. There we go, you can hear feathering the throttle. Oh, I said that out loud, didn't I, Jason? I'm sorry. Steve Stone moves on with a 16.27. Larry had a 10th in the bank off the start line as well, unfortunately. Oh dear. First car runs right. Anyway, next pair, Phil Jones, Polly Judge. Polly 16.36, Phil with a 14.80. Looks like he's actually already caught and passed her. Again, making sure you don't break out is a big part of this. And he doesn't. Phil Jones takes the win. Polly goes 16.41 on a 36. But unfortunately, that was reaction time advantage. Don't kill me, Polly. I'm just saying what happened. Rob Creswell, Steve Metcalf. Rob with the beast, the Audi A4. Kestrel Lane. Going to be going second. Steve Metcalf with the Audi TT. Going to go first by around about a second. Well, I think, again, Rob's already caught him. Rob takes the win. Closer to dial-in. It was Steve, actually, with a reaction time advantage, but it was Rob at the stripe with a 13.91. Closer to his dial. Daniel Bulscher with the Polo and Simon Clare with the Audi TT. Very, very even matchup, this one, in regards to dial-ins. Pretty even off the start line, too. Other than the fact Simon Clare is kind of way out there in front already. It's Simon Clare that takes the win with a 14.37. So the rolling P with Ethan Lyle dials 20 seconds at the last event. Now dialing 16.1. That's probably the biggest dialing correction I think I've ever seen. Taking on Paul Robinson with the Scirocco. Ethan's going first. Well, they're both off and running with a green light race. Now the P wanted to, he was dialing 14.90. He's already braking, actually. He braked a little bit too much. 16.41, loses out to a 14.57 for Paul Robinson. Both even on the tree. Comp bike round one. First up, Jordan Kenway in the Auto Glim Lane. Another quick timing system reboot. This is a heads-up class, so no dial-ins. First to the finish line wins. However, right after them, we've got ET Bracket Bike. There we go. Jordan Kenway went 8.66 in qualifying. Takes the stripe. So Jordan Kenway into the semi-finals. I think he should have been racing the big CC bike of Sean Mills. We only saw Sean once this weekend, unfortunately. Chris Neary and Paul Hambidge. Paul Hambidge, also Glim Lane. Chris Neary has been in the sevens. Has the performance advantage, supposedly. However, Paul Hambidge is very quick as well. 773 at 182. Takes the win. 968. Paul Hambridge was right with him all the way down. The numbers are almost identical, actually. Andy had a reaction time advantage. What a shame. We saw him sit up the bike and say, damn. Louis Davey gets a bye run. Which he just breaks the beam, saves the engine. Yeah, Louis had more than his fair share of issues over the last month or two. He's also had more than his fair share of very quick runs as well, but doesn't want to break it in on a round one bye. So that will set up our semi-final races. Well, I think he's taking on Jordan Kenway in round two. No, he won't be. Beg your pardon. I'm taking on Chris Neary. ET Bike, round one. Big field of ET bracket bikes. It's a great addition, actually, because there's an awful lot of bikes hanging about in garages and stuff like that that aren't being raced because they had no class to race in. So giving them a bracket race is one way of making sure that they all come out. Anyway, we just got a couple of moments to catch our breath. Nitro FM for a moment, just so I can proc out for a comfort break. I think that's what it's politely known as. And I'll be back in a sec. And we're back again. First round of ET bracket bike. Preparing the water box underneath. Phil Pratt in the Kestrel lane. So you're going to be taking on Jane Kay. I think this could be also Jane's first race in ET bracket bike. I know she's ridden the bike a few times before. I think this may be the first competition run in the Auto Glim lane. So Phil Pratt, dials are 900, 8.70 for Jane in the Auto Glim lane, and I know that well, Jane's won lots of stuff in bracket racing before. She does know how to bracket race. Doing it on a bike, whole different thing. But she knows how to drive the finish line. She knows how to run quick. Well, Phil's out there in front. I don't think Jane's going to catch him. She doesn't. 9.22 takes out a 9.11. Still a really good effort for Jane, though. An 0.5 reaction time as well for Phil. Next up, Robbie Dobby, excuse me, takes on Justin Moulton. Robbie from Sutton Coldfield with the Super Penguin in the Auto Glim lane. 10.50, 11.24 for Justin Moulton. Justin's going to go first by around about 3/4 of a second. Followed by Robbie, who's caught him already, I think, by the look of it. Robbie's going to take the stripe. Robbie takes the win. That actually will go down as a whole shot win as well. 8.10.65 beats at 11.36, and Robbie Dobby was closer to his dial-in. Sorry, it was further off his dial-in, beg your pardon. He was about 800ths quicker on the tree. Paul Adams, Kestrel lane, 9 flat, 8.86 for Gary Hester. Gary Hester goes red by 0.2. It will be Paul Adams. Moving on to round 2 with a 9.05 and a 9 flat. Nicely done. So Dave Grundy, Auto Glim lane, and against Liam Holgate from Southampton. I think this is it may even be the same bike Liam used to ride in Junior Dragster actually. Now just runs it over the full quarter. Very close. Oh. Liam backs out of it. The win goes to Dave Grundy with a 10.94 and a 65. Liam did actually have quite a sizable reaction time advantage with an 0.2. Blake King, 9.05, Auto Glim lane, taking on Michael Gooding, another member of the Hobo Racing fraternity. Not going to be much in it on the tree. Michael Gooding on the Kestrel side of the racetrack will be going first. However, he didn't go first. Even though the stagger on the tree was completely wiped out by the reaction time advantage for Blade, who doesn't break out and takes a massive whole shot win. Actually, the win margin at the stripe was only 0.007. It was a good job Blade was a few tenths quicker on the tree, because that was what made the difference. I think he might have backed out of it a little bit though, just to make sure. Bill Marsh on in the Kestrel lane against Matt Jones. Well, Bill Marsh actually kind of rolled out of stage, so that's why the red came on his lane. The wheel light will be for Matt Jones. Moves into round 2. Okay, last one for ET bracket bike before we go into 850 bike. Pete Harrison, by virtue of being number 1 qualified, gets to buy in round 1. Running this as a 16 bike ladder. Backs out of it way early, but it doesn't matter. It's all about getting the win light. So 850 bike. Elimination round number 1. Coming up, Chris Reed, Boyce if you prefer, from Southend in the Kestrel Lane, or Another Planet if you know him quite well, against Patrick Raunzi from Hebden Bridge, Autoglym Lane. Boyce, good to see him actually out racing, not on his own bike. I think this one's borrowed. Boyce rolls through stage, gives himself a 0.37 red light. It will be Patrick Raunzi moving on through. Boyce takes it out the back door anyway. 950 for Patrick, takes the win. So Joe Elliott with the little bit quick bike in the Kestrel Lane. Thanks to Scott for guiding forward. Taking on Jasmine Cordell. Jazz from Isham. I think this is Jazz's first ever competition run as well, in any form of bike racing. No, it's not, beg your pardon. Forget I said that. In 850 bike anyway. So the quickest Jasmine went was 9:46, 8:58 for Joe Elliott. Well, Jazz actually saw a red light. It's Joe Elliott that will move on. No matter what he runs, which is 8:74, 10:12 for Jazz. I think Jasmine actually noticed she went red because the bike moved forward, jumped out of stage, and she shook her head. So Alan Morrison, senior, I think, down here in the Kestrel Lane against Jay Rowe. Both in the 850s in qualifying, these two. Alan Morrison was the quickest. However, it's Jay Rowe that's got the whole shot on the start line. He's already looking over his shoulder. Look at that. Jay Rowe with a perfectly judged 8:59 at 1:31. Alan Morrison gets beat in round 1. Still goes 8:60. Still a very good run. An 06 reaction time for Jay Rowe was the difference in that one, though. Okay, last pair. Oh, that was the last pair, sorry. This is the first pair of 950 bike. Bradley Head, Rick Sawatsky. Brad over in the Kestrel Lane. Again, same thing as you just saw. However, they're looking to go 950. Big reaction time advantage for Rick. .991 on a whole shot. Takes out Bradley Head. Craig Wright, Scotty Crookston. Excellent matchup for round 1. Scotty in the Autoglym Lane hasn't been the right side, I don't think, of the 950 number at all in qualifying. Taking on his good buddy Craig Wright. Craig normally crews for Scott when he's running in Outlaw Anglia. However, they aren't friends for the next 9.5 seconds. Scott Crookston goes red. It'll be Craig moving on. .952 for Scott Crooks, and he wastes his best run of the weekend. It's Craig that moves on into the semis. Dave Hall with the artists, Kestrel Lane, Martin Hallett. I can read out the reaction times of these anyway, because even if they could hear it, there's no way they could do anything about it. Dave Hall was first off the line with an 04, and that's what makes the difference. Whole shot win for Dave Hall. Martin Hallett was closer to the number, but he was slightly off on the tree. So, bye run for the last run of 950 bike. Phil Harrison. Running as an 8 bike ladder. We've got 7 bikes entered this weekend, so Phil takes a nice, well, I was going to say nice easy run. He's not running. He's going to just takes the green, doesn't risk anything, and pushes it back. We get ready to run round 1 of Funny Bike next. Now, before we start, just want to say, first of all, glad you're mostly okay, but commiserations to Lorcan Parnell, who well, not tagged the wall, whacked the wall round about half track yesterday. The bike, it was on a stonking run, and then unfortunately just sort of turned on him. He ended up banging the wall. And he's bruised his left arm quite badly. Hopefully he'll be absolutely fine, but he bruised his arm and doesn't want to risk or doesn't feel up to coming out and riding, which is totally understandable. I'm sure the crew want to go over the bike as well, which is a real shame because they were making strides, they were running quick. So we will be without Lorcan in this round 1, these round 1 matchups. So the closest two together in qualifying are these two, Jerry Lukes and Dave Peters. Jerry with the Two Brothers machine in the Kestrel Lane. Dave Peters with the Rigaboot Express. Dave, couple of 8-second runs, finally got it together in the last session with an 7:56. Jerry Lukes' quickest run, 8.47. Nitrous bike in the Kestrel Lane, turbo bike in the Autoglim Lane. Oh, Dave Peters looks like the bike's pooping out. Still goes 7:79 at 1:54. Jerry Lukes with his best effort of the weekend with an 8:39 lose out, 1:56. But the Rigaboot Express moves on to the semi-finals. I hope he hasn't hurt anything, actually. Stu Crane, due to the odd lot field, 7 bikes for an 8 bike field, will be the one getting the bye run. However, he definitely earned it. Another new ACU UK record for the Warp Speed Racing team. Yeah, just taking the green light just to make sure that there's no stress or strains on anything. That's all you need to do these days. Save it for what will be a race in the semi-finals. But yes, Stu banging the mid-60s now. So Kevin Osmond due to take on Tony Clark in this one. Tony Clark, the higher gun on Phil Crossley's previously called Bop Chop Racing. You follow Phil on Facebook, check out the Shed of Dreams. The guy is a master engineer and builds everything. Everything. He's actually building another bike. He's in the Auto Glim lane against Kevin Osman. Tony Clark actually ran his quickest run ever in qualifying, 7.25. Kevin Osman was number 6 with an 860. Another really strong looking run for Tony Clark. Will it be quicker than the 7.2? 7.19, 182 miles an hour. Tony Clark's quickest run ever. Well done, everybody. 10.28 lose out for Kevin Osman, but Tony Clark 7.19, 182. Excellent stuff. He's never going to get back out on his own bike again after that, I don't think. So the last run should be a pair, and it should be. The man is just fired up, Mark Smith against Lorcan Parnell, but as I said before, Lorcan won't be making this round of racing, unfortunately. It's so nice to see Tony Clark's crew absolutely overjoyed with that one. Junior Dragster into the lanes, please. Could we have Junior Dragster, please, into the pairing lanes for round 2? So Mark Smith gets a freebie. He only made one run to the finish line in qualifying. That was a 17-second pass. However, that got him in the show, and he got a date with Lorcan in round 1 after loads of issues for Smithy. Part of the Warp Speed Racing team, you can see. Well, we took the green light. Oh, something did actually let go there. There's little bits of aluminium on the racetrack. Well, hopefully you can get it fixed and out here for the semi-finals. Just proves you've got to be in it to win it. I know that he'd much rather be winning rounds by running quickly. But Mark Smith and the team hopefully going to get it fixed. Well done, Mark. Not the way you want to win, obviously. Well, it's a win. It's a round win here in the semis. You got another chance at it. Okay, back to 4 wheels again. Round number 1 of Supercomp. Said it before, so good to see the numbers in Supercomp and Supergas swelling again. Right after these, we've got the Wild Bunch. Yeah, the very smallest of cleanups down on the line for after that run by Mark Smith, or green light by Mark Smith. Steve Hudson with the intravenous tea. Didn't realise actually that Steve's run yesterday was his personal best. Down in the 880s. Steve Hudson with a very kind message on the roof, on the wing, sorry, which says Uber for Darryl. Steve is probably the world's quickest Uber driver. Needless to say, he doesn't pick people up in this. Taking on Leah Kellett with Dolly Daydream from Bolton. This is an 890 class. They're going to try and run as close to 890 as they can. First to the finish line wins, but don't go too quick. Leah's already through to round 2 of Super Pro. She's making to round 2 of Supercomp. They both have 0 lights. Steve Hudson's got the problem of trying to slow it down a little bit as well. Winner is Leah Kellett. There was 03 to an 08 on the tree. Steve Hudson slowed it down just that little bit too much. So Leah and the team have got to get ready for round 2 in 2 different classes. Well done. John Giles with the Blitzkrieg Roadster. In the Kestrel Lane, taking on Paul Hudson. Paul was the number 1 qualifier, went 8.90 with a 1. Pretty even off the tree. Advantage went to John Giles on the lights. It's John Giles that takes it. 903 beats a 901 on a hole shot. Dave Fulton, Alan Schofield, another dual car against dragster match up this time round. Alan Schofield was the number 2 qualifier with an 891. He's already bowed out in Pro ET. I think Dave Fulton has moved on in Super Gas. Can he do the same in Super Comp? I think Alan Schofield's yet to take his first round win in dragster. Well, Alan Schofield was up on the revs for a long time there, waiting for Dave Fulton. 905 beats a 931. Unbelievably, no one's even run an 890 yet. Reaction time advantage did go to Dave Fulton. So the last 2, or the last matchup. We've seen these 2 racing Super Gas already. Paul Brown, Simon Fulton. Paul Brown was number 4, Simon Fulton 8. I think he's only run the right side of the number, was a 19-second pass. Everybody had trouble running 890s yesterday, all going just that little bit too quick. Reaction time advantage to Simon Fulton. Most unusual to see Paul Brown get left on. And at the stripe, backing off, you could hear it as well. 894, Simon Fulton takes the stripe by 0.8. It was an 0.2 reaction time, the main difference there. Simon Fulton with an 0.2, Paul Brown with a 0.10. What did he have for breakfast today? What did he have for breakfast today? Don't know. So Paul Brown out in round 1, which is, well, I was going to say it's a bit of a shock, but they're all very, very tough indeed. So we've got Wild Bunch coming up in just a couple of moments. A little bit of a track sweep. We won't be long at all. Let's have a quick look where we've got to. So we've got Sportsman ET round 1 coming up, and then we're all into second rounds for everything. Junior Dragster, Pro ET, Super Pro. Again, I'm not calling everybody, I'm just saying what we're doing. So again, for a couple of moments, Nitro FM please, and we won't be long. Phil James, Steve Field. So, Phil James, 9:38, Kestrel Lane 8:45. Steve Field with the Black Pig. Well, they're both coasting. It is Phil James that takes the win, 9:45 at a 38. Good try from Steve Field. Next pair, Darryl Howes with Chemical Reaction in the Kestrel lane. Up against Pete Brown with the Rebel. So Darryl Howes and Pete Brown. Pete Dials at 8:47. Darryl 8:64. Darryl's going to go first by a couple of tenths. Well, Darryl's going to take the strike, and Darryl breaks out by a huge margin. 8:51 at 1:51. Pete Brown moves on. Darryl actually had a lot to play with there. Last pair round, going to be a couple of slingshots. We've got Bob Hawkins as well, but Bob's going to be putting in a buy run. Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes against Mark Coulsell. Mark Dials 8:25 for the ball breaker slingshot in the Auto Gloom lane, Kestrel side of the racetrack for Andy Clifford. 8:94. Not sure where the popping and banging has come from. I think that's Andy Clifford. Sounds good. So Andy's going to go first by about 7/10 of a second. The one thing to notice about Wild Bunch as well is that other dialing classes run on a sportsman tree. They run on a pro tree. Not much in it on the tree. Really close race. I think Mark's out in front. Mark takes the win with an 8:32. Good effort, though, from Andy Clifford with 9:27, 147 miles an hour. The Maras move on. So, Bob Hawkins with the Time Traveller. Hopefully, this time will be the time. Car sounds very strong. Does terrific burnouts. Just can't keep it lit after he backs up. Sounds pretty sweet. Can we have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET for round 2 into the lanes, please. Well, good news for Bob. Sounds like the car's still running. Got a nice whiff of nitro up in the tower, actually. Bob actually does run nitro in the tank of this car. A lower percentage, maybe, but it still certainly gives that car that extra bit of zip. You always know you've got an engine in your face when the crewman has to stand off to the side to back you up. Although I'm sure Bob needs telling. So Bob was actually entered for the Dragstalgia Cannonball last weekend, and unfortunately didn't get to run at all. Just had a really horrible weekend. So far this weekend he hasn't made a run either. like it might happen for Bob Hawkins this time round with the time traveller. There we go, rolling forward into stage, something he hasn't managed to do for 2 weekends here. Wish him the best of luck. Oh, look at that for Bob Hawkins. 6.62, 202 miles an hour. Fantastic effort. I must admit, I thought he was just going to set fire to it after the last couple of weekends, but was that all worth it? 103 to 60, 426 at 167 to the 8th mile at the stripe. 6.62, 202 miles an hour. Needless to say, he could have done with that a week ago, but hey, I'm sure they'll take it anyway. It works, it went. Really nice, strong run for Bob. Round one of the last round one, I think we have, of Sportsman ET. Connor Holt, Debbie Taylor. Connor is in the Astra in the Kestrel lane, and Debbie is in the Autoglim lane in the Mustang. Hardly anything in it at all on dial-ins. Connor goes red by 009. It'll be Debbie Taylor moving to round two. Well done, Bob Hawkins team. Congratulations, fellas. That made it worth it. I was going to say, even though she broke out, Debbie Taylor will be moving to round two. Georgina Smith with the Supra against Steve X5 from down in Brighton. Georgina was 11, Steve was 3. Oh, Steve Mellors goes red by just the smallest margin, 0-1. It will be Georgina Smith into round two. Dan Holloway with Truck Norris, 16.22. Going up against Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. 14.02 for Gary in the Autoglim lane. Well, they're both kind of sat looking at each other at the moment on the start line. There we go. Dan's in. Gary's in. Green light drag race. I definitely can't say reaction times or anything like that. Can now. Dan Holloway, 008 on the tree. Wins with a 16.34. So just to explain a little bit about what's going on, Carl Magira with the Tesla in the Kestrel lane, taking on Ben Newsom with one hell of a road car, 12.93. Actually, both of these two are hell of a road car. They've almost got the identical dial-ins. Well, I don't need to tell you who left first. Now the thing is that they get to the finish line. Whoever gets to the finish line first wins. However, they must stay the right side of their dial-in. So in that case, it's 12.90. 12.92 for Carl. Wow, he was just about to go way too quick then. A breakout is when you go underneath your dial-in. Even if you get there first, if you go too quick, you get knocked out. Now, if both of the cars or bikes go too quick, it's whoever breaks out by the least. So that's why sometimes when two cars or bikes go through the finish line, you'll see the timing system thinking about it for a minute. And that's for the simple reason that they're trying to work out who didn't do it as bad as the guy or girl in the other lane. And talking of girls, Ashley Clark, first ever round of competition in the Autoglim lane. 17.23 against Rob Creswell with the Beast, 13.80. So Ashley leaves first. Basically, it evens everybody up greatly, and it means brake lights coming on, right side of the number for Rob Quesrell taking the win. 0.15 reaction time, 0.7 for Ashley, but good to see her out here in her first competition. Little Miss Rampage, Felicity Gibbs next in the Mustang on the Kestrel Beer side of the racetrack. Taking on Tig, Dave Napier with Ruby the Barracuda. Oh, Tig goes red by 0.02 of a second. Felicity Gibbs was actually 0-1 on the tree. I can say that out loud now. Yeah, the whole idea of breakouts is that you restrict yourself to running that time, and if you don't do it right, you don't move on. Felicity Gibbs takes the win with a 17.26. Holly Walters with the Mustang, Kestrel side of the racetrack, against Kirsty Tram with another loaner. This time it's Mercedes E500, which is a very stout road car. Could we have Super Pro down to the lanes, please? Super Pro for round 2, thank you. Yeah, anyway, breakout racing or bracket racing is a good form of levelling up, i.e. make sure that no matter what car or bike you've got, you dial your own time, you dial your own predicted time, you get as close to it as you can, and it's a very, very fine art. It's the sort of thing that drives you round the twist, like I'm sure golf would or something like that. Because you really have to judge the finish line, you have to judge whether you think you've gone too quick, and you have a split second to do it. So is it going to be Holly? Is it going to be Kirsty? It's Kirsty with a 14.14 and an 03. Felicity wasn't bad at all. Kirsty actually had the reaction time advantage as well. Off the start line, 0.15 to a 0.23 for Holly. So Jill Medley with the quickest way you'll ever get to school, frankly. I'm not sure if Jill's got a bike or is someone with her. We're just about to run round 2 of Junior Dragster next as well. Beg your pardon. Oh, look at this. We're pairing up the Jeeps in round 1. We didn't do that deliberately, honestly. Jill Medley taking on Steph Pateman. I think for Steph, this is her first ever race, competitive race in drag racing. She does 15.77. I'm guessing that Jill's Jeep is slightly less standard than Steph's. 15.77 is what Steph's looking for. 12.47 for Jill. So Steph is off and running, so's Jill. They both have green lights. It's all about not who's got the quickest Jeep, who does the best job of running against their dial-in without going too quick and taking the stripe. Jill Medley, 12.57 on a 47. Steph actually broke out, went under her dial-in, so that's why she's out. Still a very, very good effort from Steph. Right, due to the odd lot field, Freddie Taylor actually has a bye run in round 2, excuse me, of Junior Dragster. for a place in round 3. Actually have 5 rounds of racing in Junior Dragster to get a trophy. Freddie makes the most of the freebie with an 06 and a 9.19 on a 40. Coming up next will be the immaculately turned out junior in the Kestrel lane of the Whip family, excuse me. Jason forgets the dialing board. So, Daniel Weir from Havant down on the coast. Lovely part of the world near Chichester and Goodwood and everything else. Against Jessica Bishop. Jessica's going to go, I was just going to say second. I'm not sure if she did though. Jessica Bishop takes that win on a hole shot. She was further off of her dial-in. Daniel Weir, 0.27. Jessica with an 0.4. Well, as if Mark Todd doesn't have enough to do throughout the weekend, his lad is now racing in Junior Dragster just to give him extra something to do between turning around the Street Eliminator car for the next round. Taking on Luke Fulton. Luke's actually got problems down here. The team are desperately trying to get it started. There we go. So Luke dials an 8.20, just makes it in time. Daniel, 12.62. Luke's got to sit there for over 4 seconds. Well, they're both off and running. Daniel's a long way out there in front, but Luke will close him down quite quickly. Oh, look at that from Luke. Bang on the money. Actually very close to breaking out, to be honest. So Luke Fulton moves on. Kimmy Wilcox. After the problem Kim had yesterday in qualifying, very good to see her get round win earlier on. It's Damien Redshaw. Nearly a second on the tree in favour of Damien. Yeah, the whole idea of bracket racing is sort of evening out the differences between mismatched cars, if you like, or bikes. And then it all becomes about racecraft. Who can cut the best light, who can run closest to their number. And not red light, which is what Kimmy Wilcox just did by quite a margin, actually. She actually deep staged, which probably didn't help. An 0.3 for Damien Redshaw. He was actually close to red lighting too. But he'll be the one moving into round 3. So Jacqueline Bartlett for Slick Tricks Racing in Kestrel Lane against young Spartacus George Oliver, carrying on the Oliver name in eliminations today. Dad James, who's down there helping him out. Went out in round 1 in Pro ET. Super Pro ET into the lanes, please. Last call. Super Pro, round 2. So there's hardly anything between these two. They dial very, very similar numbers. However, 0-1 on the tree for George Oliver. 0-3 red for Jacqueline. Oh, so close. George Oliver into round 3. Super Gas into the lanes, please. Super Gas, folks, for round 2. Kai Cooper. See, this is where qualifying means nothing at all. Kai Cooper was number 24. Caitlin Wilson was 19. One of these two will be going to round 3 in the quarterfinals. Big Sister Morgan has already gone through in first round VW Pro action. Well, Kai Cooper's out in front. Can he stay there? The answer is yep. 8.96 on a 92 for Kai Cooper. He had a better reaction time as well. An 0.4 to a 0.10 for young Miss Wilson. Last run for this round of racing in Junior Dragster is Harry Redshaw on a bye into round 3. Makes good use of it. Pro ET round number 2 coming up. First pair under the tower. Brett Featherston with Nova Scotia. Taking on the Purple Express truck. Driven by Tom Watkins. Tom Cherry Watkins, which hopefully he won't be this time. 11.28. Plays a 9.55 for the Nova. A couple of rather polite reaction times. Tom Watkins takes it, 11.34. Brett was actually closer to his dial-in. That will go down as a whole shot win. 0.11 for Tom, 0.26 for Brett. Simon Innes on a bye run. Again, due to the slightly odd lot field, we had 29 cars in the 32-car ladder. Simon runs it on through. Wow. Very, very close to his dial-in. That's why sometimes you're glad you get a freebie. So Brian Huxley in the family Ford Mustang. Kestrel tried the racetrack 960. The package himself, Mr. Simon Goff for Polytech powder coating. Churchwood car sales. Jester's Diner. Jeff Bull Racing Engines. Mike Lacey brings him forward. Hi Sharon, if you're watching. Hope you are. Hope you're doing well, not melting like the rest of us. red lights, it's a green light drag race. Brian Huxley takes the win on a whole shot. 9:57. An 0.2 reaction time was what did that for Brian. Dave Cherrett with the Dark Revenger. Well, if one Huxley doesn't get you, there's another one waiting just around the corner. This is Lee Huxley. With the White Horse, your #1 qualifier. It's been one hell of a race as well. Both these two been around a long while. Dave Cherrett, 9:70, about half a second. He's going to be going ahead of Lee Huxley. Lee Huxley goes red by 0.4. Dave Cherrett. It's about 3. That was a shock. 0.10 reaction time for Dave Cherrett, but a minus 0.4. Went before the green came on for Lee Huxley. So he gets to cheer his dad Brian for the rest of the day. Well, as far as he goes anyway. Chris Newsom in the Pro Stock MG in the Kestrel Lane, 9:37 against Will Clark, 9.87. We'll take a glimpse side of the racetrack. People like Amy Watkins, Lee Huxley are currently Chris Newsom's biggest fans. They're the people that are right behind him in the points in the National Championship. He needed to go out, but he doesn't. Will Clark with another exceptional whole shot win. He was 0.7 on the tree to a 0.12, and that again was the difference at the stripe. Al Medley against James Forster. I think James actually is, he was #5 coming in. Well, Lee Huxley's out, Mark Huxley's not here, Amy Watkins has already gone out, and Alan Schofield's gone too. So James, kind of like last man left standing to try and keep pace with Will Clark. Not much on the tree again. It's James. Oh, look at that for a run. 9:40 with a 1 on a 9:40. He was second off the line. He needed every millimetre of that. 400ths reaction time advantage to Al Medley. And if James Forster hadn't have run bang on his dial-in, he wouldn't have taken that round win. 0.007 win margin at the stripe. Virtually nothing. Lee Morris, green with envy, Kestrel Lane, 10:60, 9:55 for Mr. Furious himself, Mr. Keith Herbert. Over a second. That little jag is going to be spotted off the line. Pretty much dead even on reaction time. All about dialing. All about who gets there first. All about Keith Herbert. 9:59 on a 55 beats a 10:55 on a 10:60. That was a breakout. Too quick for Lee Morris. He did take the stripe first, but he went too quick in the process, which automatically gives the win to Keith Herbert. Still got obviously loads more racing to go. We've got Super Pro ET round 2 just behind the tower. Coming up just next. Actually, we've still got round 1 of Junior Drag Bike to go, and Outlaw Anglia as well. However, they're like 4 fields of 4 respectively, so that's one of the reasons. On the schedule is actually Super Pro first. I think they're all there. All the junior drag bikes are ready to go too. Yeah, I think we'll run junior drag bike first actually. So round one of eliminations for the junior drag bikes. Supported by their good friends, Pro Joint Fabrications, the Collier family, which is actually where young Scott started his racing career in junior drag bike. Holly King was your number one qualifier. Holly gets the bye run due to the slightly odd lot field. $11.16 goes. $11.28. So Richard Wilcox, sister Kimmy, won around earlier in junior dragster. Now Richard takes his shot on the bike in the Auto Glim Lane, going up against Lyra Humber. Lyra, 18.50. Richard unfortunately left before the tree was activated. I think that's what Kimmy did a little bit earlier on. Going to be Lyra Humber taking a round win. So Meg Talbot was your number 4 qualifier. Meg is in the Kestrel Lane. Casey Holgate from Southampton, number 2. Hardly anything in it on dialing, 970, 980. Not actually much in it on the tree, but Casey is quite a long way in front, as long as she doesn't break out, which she doesn't. Casey Holgate for Rugrat Racing takes the win, 993 and a 980. Problems that time for Meggie, I think, 1069. Quite what they're after. So it is Super Pro round 1 next. Looks like the first pair is going to be Alan Didwell, Ron Bartlett. Everyone trying to keep cool. Can you imagine what it's like sitting up there with the shorts and t-shirts on. Those poor folks. Sitting in a car is bad enough in the heat. Sitting in a car with a crash helmet on and a fire suit and everything else as well, and trying to concentrate. Cannot be an easy thing. Yep, I think we're ready. So, they've been given the signal to fire up. First pair indeed will be Ron Bartlett and Alan Didwell. Dragster against door car matchup in this second round matchup. So Rocket Ron Bartlett with a very, very nice burnout up to the Christmas tree. I bet his crew love him for doing that, because we'll have to run after him. So Ron is #1 in points coming into this weekend. However, everyone around him, apart from Nick Good actually, everyone around him won their round 1 matchups. Now the reason I keep mentioning this is because there's a season-long points championship for all of our classes, over say 6 or 7 rounds, and the more further you go in eliminations, the more points you get for each event. Ron won the most recent event, hence the fact he's in the lead, and it's all about who actually is the most consistent over the season. When it comes round to the national finals in September, it's very, very nail-biting, because everything's on the line. You've raced a whole season and you want to win. Red light for Alan Dibwell. Ron Bartlett takes another scalp. He was 0.5 on the tree and he goes 8.38. Backs off a little bit at the finish line. Alan Dibwell was closer to his dialing, but he went 0.8 red on the tree, unfortunately for him. Ron Bartlett into round 3. So one of those nipping at Ron Bartlett's heels in the championship is a man in the Kestrel lane, Tom Atkinson, against Daniel Giles. Now 8.99 is slightly unoptimistic dial-in for Tom. He normally dials an 8.80 something. Against Daniel Giles, who is the #1 qualifier, dials a 7.37. Everyone's slowing up just slightly in the heat. Comp Eliminator, could we have round 2, please? Comp Eliminator into the lanes, please. So Tom is going to go first by over 1.5 seconds. Already got one door car through. Wow, both wide awake on the tree. Tom's out there first, but Daniel takes the win. Look at that for a race. Tom was over the line first, but he broke out to do it. Ian, the thing is, the only way he was going to get there first was by breaking out, frankly, because Daniel was 0.1 on the tree. He went 7.38 and a 37. That boy's very, very good. Well done to Daniel Giles into round number 3. That was really close for Tom Atkinson, though. What a race. Top Fuel Bike into the lanes, please. Top Fuel Bike into the lanes. So I think he's just one of you for the final. Scott Hauser and Billy Gain. Scott Hauser with the dragster here in the Kestrel lane. Billy with the door car dials 8.47. Scotty dials 7.32. Scott Hauser goes red by a big red, actually, about 1/10 of a second. Billy Gain marches off. Yeah, that was quite a big red light for Scott Hauser, actually. He was slightly closer to his dial. Oh, no, he wasn't, I beg your pardon. Than Billy Gain, but Billy will take the win. So Dolly Daydream already moved on in Super Comp. Took a first round win earlier on against her best mate Laura Turbeville, and now she's through to round 3. That's Leah Kellett. Pro Mod into the pairing lanes, please, for round 2. Pro Modified, round 2, please. Coming up shortly. Oops, we haven't got a dial in. $7.68 is the dial in. There we go. See if Ray Leah can run 7.68. 72, pretty good. Yeah, that race between, thank you very much indeed, Simon. That race between Tom Atkinson and Daniel Giles was 6 inches at the finish line. However, Tom Atkinson got there first. If he'd have backed off a little bit, it'd have been even closer. Bob Doyle, Brian Paintman. 2 very evenly matched door cars for this round 2 matchup. Brian Paintman, 8.92, 8.74 for Bob Doyle. Brian Paintman goes red. I can't believe I'm saying this. Brian Paintman actually goes red by nearly half a second. Bob Doyle, oh, look at that. Bob would have been tough to beat anyway with an 8.75 and a 0.4 light. Paintman family seemed rather gracious in their loss. So, tagging on the end of the session, I think another licensing run for Saskia Gell. Put in a really, really good one earlier on. So Saskia earlier on, I think she ran a 9, but it'll be way, way quicker than that if she takes it all the way through. Ran it to half track almost exactly, which is part of the licensing process. All being well, this may be a full run. Right after this, Super Gas round 2. So, Aaron giving the car a good check over. Good luck, Saskia. It was a flying run to the 8th mile earlier on. Hope this is the full run. The plan is to run the car in Super Pro ET, so she's going to be bracket racing in this car, which is still quite incredible. Blown alcohol cars in bracket racing. Amazing. Another nice run to the 8th mile, 102 to 60 foot that time. Had a little bit of a wiggle about half track and thought the better of it. Backed out to a 940, 83 miles an hour. Super Gas Elimination Round 2, odd lot field, so Tim Adam gets the bye. Can we have VW Sportsman, please, into the pairing lanes? VW Sportsman. Car hooks slightly right off the start line. Still goes 995. So, Andy Harrison in the Kestrel lane. Again, where they qualified means nothing now. Taking on Simon Fulton with the Blitzkrieg Falcon. That's right, you see two cars identically painted? That's because they were kind of built by the same bloke. Quite a serious reaction time advantage for Andy Harrison. He's also slowing at the top end. Oh, Andy Harrison had that one in the bag off the start line. 01 to an 06 reaction time, but a bang on 9.90 with a 3 for Dave Fulton. Sorry, for Simon Fulton was the difference at the finish line. John Morton against birthday boy Dave Fulton up next. Can we have two Fultons in the semis? John's still learning the ropes on the Camaro. It's new to him, this car, so they're just getting their head round running it. Doing a good job. However, that really won't help. Nearly a half-second reaction time for John Morton. Dave Fulton will be backing off at the top end, I'm sure. Oh, he was very close. Goes 991 at 131 though. 994, much more like it though, much closer for John Morton that time. So we've got round 2 semi-finals of Comp Eliminator coming up shortly. While we collect them all, I'll just hand back to Nitro FM for a couple of minutes. Won't be long at all. They're nearly ready to go. We've got Pro Mod right behind them as well.
a sight for my soul. There goes a sight, there goes a sight. Now there goes a sight for my soul. There goes a sight for my soul. There goes a sight, there goes a sight. There goes a sight for my soul. I think it's all angels just walk by. 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 There goes a sight for my soul. There goes a sight, there goes a sight. Now there goes a sight for my. There goes a sight. There goes a sight, there goes a sight. Now there goes a sight for my soul.
Thank you very much indeed, Pete. Everybody in Nitro FM as well. Time for the semi-finals and comp eliminators. Spencer Tram taking on Kev Perkins. Kev beat Jordan Payne in round one. Well, everything's gone quiet for some reason, briefly. I know Spencer's waiting to do his burnout anyway because the super stock car underneath the tower doesn't need to do a long smoky burnout like Kev does. Just a silly thought as well. So nice to see people in the grandstands and the banking sitting there with umbrellas because it's hot. No, because it's raining. With no prospect of it raining either. So Spence, 11.55 is the index for the F-Stock Automatic, which is what he's got in the Auto Glim lane. 7.99 the Supermod index for Kev Perkins. Based on previous form, this should actually be a pretty damn good race. It is heads up first to finish line wins. Spencer's going to go first by quite a margin. And Kev is going to try and run him down. That's a long, long way to run. I think Spence has got it. He does indeed. 11.23 beats a 7.61. The win margin was 0.6. That was actually a whole shot win for Spencer Tram. He was 0.4 on the tree, sorry. 0.15 for Kev Perkins. That was the main difference at the stripe. So Nick Williams, #1 qualifier in the Camaro in the Auto Glim Lane, going to be sticking the brakes on again to not go way too quick. And that is Kev Jenkins with another strong run. Nick's going to back out of it. Kev goes through, he backs out again before the finish line. 8.69 at 1.26. It will be Nick and Spencer, an all Williams brothers final. I'm sure it's down to that T-boy they've got for the weekend. It's got to be that. All right, I have an apology to make. It wasn't actually round one of Top Fuel Bike earlier on. It was the last qualifying session. What a fool. I do apologise. This is round one of Top Fuel Bike, and it is Steve Willett on a bye run with the dealer. He was #1 qualifier. Quite cool about this weekend's Top Fuel Bike Elimination is every single bike, okay, they all run nitro, but they're all different combinations. So Steve is the one with the bye into the final a bit later on today. He was #1 qualifier. We were due to have 4 bikes this weekend, 5 if you counted Nick Milburn, but 4 this weekend. Unfortunately, Alan Davis didn't make it. I was amazed he was entered actually, because he completely grenaded it. Steve drifts out of the groove slightly, very, very soft for him. 1.10 to 60 foot, still goes 8.17, 106 miles an hour, 7 miles an hour, sorry. However, it's a place in the final that was the most important thing. And he'll be racing one of these two. Al Smith with the Rocket, the 3-cylinder supercharged nitro machine of Phil Bainbridge in the Auto Glim Lane, and he's going against Midjo, Neil Midgley. They did really, really well a few weeks ago at the Festival of Power when they ran their quickest ever run, which was a 6.28, which is outstanding for a V-twin, whether it be supercharged or normally aspirated. This weekend, though, not been close to a 6-second run yet. Al Smith's had a few. So we've got supercharged nitro V-twin in the Kestrel lane. Well, we did have. Problem for Neil Midgley, he's going to be clipped off. It will be a bye run for Al Smith. Oh, what rotten luck. Neil's had a horrible weekend actually this weekend by comparison. Al Smith with a really nice launch, 105 to 60, 273 to 330, clicked it off before the 8th, 437, 131, rolls on through to an 820 and actually gets, I think he might even get lane choice for the final as well. So it's going to be Film Braybridge's Rocket up against Steve Willett with the dealer. Yeah, big commiserations to the Canon Engineering gang. Not sure what let go on the bike just after the burnout. So, Motorsport UK Pro Modified semi-finals, I think, are next. Indeed they are. And Annie Wallace, still unbeaten in Pro Mod competition. Could be because it's only her second ever race, but, you know, that's still good. Look at the positives. Taking on Kev Slyfield with the Blown Bird, the #1 qualifier. Annie's going to give him a pretty good race, though. Annie's been running 6.2s. Kev's been in the 6.0s so far. Kev Slyfield waking up the neighbours. Can we have Street Eliminator into the lanes, please? Street Eliminator into the lanes for round 2, please. So on the other side of the ladder, Nick Davis has actually got a bye run. He will be who they meet, provided he takes a green light shortly in the final. Kev Slyfield and the team, they've been like clockwork this weekend. They qualified #1 with a 6.01, which meant they had a bye run in round 1. This is Annie Wallace's second ever scheduled race. However, the race she was due to have with John Webster in round 1 didn't materialise because John's car, unfortunately for him, had to be shut off. Annie ran another new personal best at 6.23. Kev clipped it early, but most importantly, made it into second gear and the car was on a march. So, blown car and nitrous car. Bobby Wallace skips out in front of his sister. So, good luck to both of them. Annie Wallace only got a licence yesterday afternoon. She only ran her first 6 on Friday, and here she is in the semis against that pesky Blown Bird. Green light drag race. It looks like Kev's got it, but he quits at the finish line. It's Annie. 6.17 at 2.29. Annie Wallace goes to the final in her first ever weekend in a pro mod car. Kev Slyfield had that in the bag at half track, but you've got to make it to the finish line. Something went pop on the Thunderbird before the finish line. He coasted to a 6.52. Annie took the strike with a 6.17. That's also, not only is that a personal best for Annie, that's the quickest that car has ever run. I'd say pretty outstanding, to be honest. Kev got her on the tree, 0.6 to a 0.13. At half track, Kev was 3.96 at 1.87, and frankly, pulling away, Annie was 4.04 at 1.82. But before he reached the safety of the finish line, something quit on Kev Slyfield's car. Give Annie Wallace's team a huge cheer, please, everybody, going up to get the UK's newest Pro Mod driver in her first ever event, in her first ever final. To be honest with you, if she does win the final, she might as well quit after this, because it's never going to get any better than that, frankly, is it? Commiserations to Kev Slyfield's team. Really, really good effort all weekend. One thing you can't legislate for is something going pop, unfortunately, before the finish line, but there we go. Nick Davis with the twin turbo Firebird. Now, the last thing you need to give Nick and Rob is a bye run, for the simple reason that they'll probably try something. If it works, fabulous. If not, well, they know not to do it for the final. It will be Annie Wallace in the final. Could we have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please, for round 3, I think we're up to. Junior Dragster, please, into the lanes. Thank you. So, the twin turbo Firebird, that's Rob Loring standing out front. Nick Davis doing the driving. Nick was around driving Pro Mod cars in the 90s. Scary thing is, that's 30 years ago now. It was late in the 90s though, so we'll give him that. Building up the boost, bumping it in on the trans brake. There we go. 103 to 60 for Nick. He's taken it all the way through. 6:05 at 2:41. In really good shape for the final. Nick versus Annie for the big trophy in Motorsport UK Pro Mod. Well, not the final you would have picked at the start of the weekend, but very, very deserved nonetheless. Well, unfortunately for John Webster and the Fast Company team, they were shut down behind the start line in round one. It was a big shame. He was due to race Annie Wallace in that matchup, but something leaking on the car meant he couldn't compete, so he had to be shut down. And he's come out to put a test run in on the end of this session of Pro Mod. We've got Martin Hill right behind him with the jet car, and we've still got loads more racing to go through the rest of the day. So John Webster put down his personal best mile an hour in qualifying yesterday, just a nip under 240 miles an hour with the Mustang. He went 6:26. See what you can do this time. More of the same. Whoa. Well held, John. Didn't really move off the start line. Only a 1.14 to 60 foot for John Webster. And it started rattling the tyres past the tree and just got more and more out of shape to the point John lifted and coasted on through. Hopefully he's going to make the first turn off anyway. So underneath the tower is Mr. Martin Hill, jet car pilot extraordinaire. If you go to the Fire Force Jet Cars Facebook page, if you're watching around the world on the internet or you're up there in the grandstands or on the banking, when you get home, check it out. There's an onboard video of Martin's 300 mile an hour run from yesterday afternoon. And quite frankly, to say he's about as nonplussed as you could ever be is an understatement. He's done this for a long, long time. He's so used to it. You know, anyone else would be excited running 300 miles an hour. Martin was just, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? I think nonplussed is probably the right terminology. So the top end crew just getting a bit more exercise, like they need it up the top end, pushing John's Pro Mod off of the track. And then we get the thumbs up to fire up Martin with Fire Force number 5. I can't remember the ET yesterday. I knew the speed though, 300 miles an hour. So Martin strapped in and ready to go. Like I said, if you didn't hear that a minute ago, check out the Fire Force Jet Cars, or Jet Funny Cars I think it is, Facebook page. There's an YouTube video that was posted yesterday from Martin's 300 mile an hour run. And honestly, you would just think he was sitting down having his dinner. Absolutely nothing about it said it was a 300 mile an hour run, other than the timing ticket, frankly. And when the top end crew told him that he'd run 300 miles an hour, he just went, oh, okay. I was just going to say, thank goodness we got Martin to make some clouds for us. And then he goes and does that and warms us up again. So, winding up turbine. Pretty rare thing actually to see a 300 mile an hour run from Martin. But they certainly were happy they did it yesterday. Richie gives him the signal. What we see from Martin Hill this afternoon. He went 300 miles an hour yesterday. Will he keep it lit all the way through? Look at that, all the way through the finish line. He does it again. 5:35. He's got a 300 mile an hour bracket car. Outstanding. Yes, it is. You definitely should be taking a bow, Richie. Congratulations. 5:35, 300 miles an hour. Only one flat to 60 foot. 367 at 223 to the 8th. He picked up 77 miles an hour in the back half of the racetrack. That's a lot. That's an awful lot. Let's hope the GoPro was on for that one as well. As our fire crew doused down the racetrack behind the start line as he set fire to it, I think. So we got round 2 of Street Eliminator getting strapped in. We've also got VW Sportsman coming up as well. So it is VW Sportsman coming round now. For round 2, I think. It is indeed. So the Newton side of the racetrack. Darling of 15.90 is Steve Stone. Taking on Phil Jones with the Dragon Wagon in Kestrel Lane. Nicely done by both of them on the line. It's going to be Steve Stone moving on. They both actually broke out. They both went under their dial-ins, but Steve Stone broke out by the least with a 15.83. He only took the strike by 009, but he broke out by the least. Rob Creswell with the Beast from Sharnbrook, just round the corner. Kestrel Lane, 13.80, 14.50 for Paul Robinson with the Scirocco. Going to be close. I think Rob's caught him. It's just a case of making sure. There you go. Doesn't break out. Nicely done. 13.83 on a 13.80. He also had a 0-1 reaction time to a 0.2. Simon Clare, did actually break out in that one in the Auto Glim Lane 2. John Crawford, 15.99. Taking on Simon Clare. Simon's got a big catch-up job to do in the Audi TT. So, your winner in the Kestrel Lane with a 16.35. Jack Gooding taking on Morgan Wilson. Jack with the green Scirocco in the Kestrel Lane. Actually, taking on Morgan Wilson. So Morgan goes first, looking for 17.70. Jack trying to run her down, 16.33. Seems like Morgan's still out in front though, and she is. Look at that. Oh wow, right on the money, and she needed to be as well. Jack had over a tenth on the tree. Rachel down on the start line. I didn't know there was such a thing as a mum dance till then. I know the dad dance. So Morgan Wilson with a 17.72 on a 17.70. Outstandingly good. Louis Davis and the Wicked Wedge taking on Chris Neary. The Hobo Racing Turbo bike in the Kestrel Lane. This is comp bike round 2 or semi-finals. Not sure what Mr. Marshall's seen, but something needs a bit of wiping. So heads up race. Well, Louis goes before the tree's activated, so it will be Chris Neary into the final of comp bike. Not sure what Louis ran. It was quick, but it didn't count, unfortunately. Well, that's a bit of a shock. Louis not in the final, but it will be Chris Neary. Well deserved, though. Chris made a great run that time. Jordan Kenway does actually nail it this time. Good effort, 8.73. Final will be Jordan Kenway, Chris Neary. So ET bracket bike round 2. Phil Pratt, Satan's Lady. Dials 902. A 905 for Paul Adams in the Kestrel Lane. Well, Phil Pratt gets a free one because Paul Adams went red. Only just, but he still went red in 015. So Pete Harrison, Kestrel Lane 10.85, and Matt Jones 10.20. Gonna be Pete Harrison, number 1 qualifier, moving on 10.93. Good try from Matt Jones though. So this is Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin. Actually got a bye run, so all he actually needs to do is stage up and take the line. Not going to do it. Blasts it on through. Doesn't matter if he breaks out on this one, so he might be seeing what he can run. Oh wow, that's what he can run. 10.51 on a 10.50. Dave Grundy, Blade King. Blade in the Kestrel Lane. Dave Grundy. Autoglim side of the racetrack. Dave Grundy takes the win. Blade went red on the tree by 0.18. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator coming up next. Round 2 matchups going to be Al McSweeney with the Volvo after his quickest run ever, I think, in round 1, down in the low 8s in the Autoglim Lane, taking on Ash Cooper. With one of the world's quickest transit vans. I'm sure the folks at Transit Mania are big fans of Ash. So heads up race this one. No dial-ins or breakouts. Al McSweeney long gone. .839 162. Pulls the chute as well. 9.95 at 138. Terrific run for Ash Cooper. Can we have Sportsman ET please into the lanes? Sportsman ET. So yeah, Al McSweeney moves on to the semi-finals. So the big block Pro Charge truck, the pickup truck, the Howland Hauler of Al Williamson on the Autoglim side against the UK's quickest street car at the moment, Andy Bond, with the Ugly Sister. With the start line advantage, which may well spend the end of Al Williamson's weekend. Andy Bond looks like he's cruising actually. Kind of needed that whole shot as well actually. 8.05 at only 139 miles an hour. Good effort for Al. 8.70 160. So the other side of the ladder, Mark Todd got a bye run, set up the semi-finals. Not sure he's going to race Al McSweeney. Be either him or Andy Bond. I think it's actually going to be him. So Andy Bond gets a bye in the semi-finals. He will be in the final to race either Mark Todd or Al McSweeney. Just gave it that little bit too much off the start line. Good job it was a bye run. Hence you got the tyre squeal. So that sets out the semi-final street eliminator. We've got round 3 of Junior Dragster. This will be for a place in the semis. Anyway, Junior Dragster, round number 3. Kai Cooper. Kai was number 24 qualifier in the Kestrel lane. Dials an 892. And Freddie Taylor was number 2. Right, so Guy Cooper and Freddie Taylor. Freddie's going to go first, just by a couple of tenths. It's Freddie Taylor. 0.11 off dial-in. That is actually a whole shot win. Kai Cooper was closer to the dial-in. 0.05 for Freddie Taylor. 0.20 for Kai. Next pair, Luke Fulton and George Oliver. Good to see George going rounds. Another one of the Williams brothers cars that they look after. Very nicely painted by him too. Luke Fulton. It was number 10. George was 25th qualifier in Junior Dragster. Both hardly only anything between them on dial-in. 819, 814. George goes red by 0.5. Unfortunately, Luke Fulton moves on with a 0.12 reaction time. And an 8.27. What a shame as well for George Oliver. He was right on the money on the dial-in. So Jessica Bishop and Harry Redshaw. I think we've got both Redshaws still in at the moment. So Harry just being guided into stage. 8.43. And Jessica Bishop going to go second. Harry goes red on the tree. It will be Jessica Bishop moving on to the semi-finals. The crew appears to be quite happy about that. Oh, and runs a really nice number as well. 8.06 and an 8.02 with an 0.04 reaction time. 0.12 red that time for Harry. So this will be Damien Redshaw booking his place in the semis. There will be one Redshaw around to race in the semi-finals of Junior Dragster. .038 on the tree and a 9.12 on the track. Outlaw Anglia semi-finals up next. Hopefully, well, he's always happy anyway. Colin Miller with the Flying Fifer. Qualified number 2 with his best run of the year so far, 7.11. Going up against Mick Taylor. With the Banshee. I think that's Colin Miller's best burnout of the weekend, and that takes some doing because he's done a number of those. So this is a heads-up race, and what I mean by that is there's no breakouts, there's nothing like that. It's all about who's got the most horsepower and who gets there first. Obviously you've got to leave on time as well. Now this is a rematch of the final from VW Breakout from a month or so ago. Odds were stacked in Colin's favour. However, it didn't work out that way because he had tyre shake, he got out of shape, he ended up drifting over towards the wall and had to lift. No, I said had to, there wasn't any much choice about it. And it was Mick Taylor in the other lane. Took it all the way through for the event win. Now, they're about a second apart in elapsed times so far this weekend. Colin with a 1.11, 60 foot, not as much shake. 7.12, even quicker. 190 miles an hour for Colin Miller. Getting that dialed in. The one thing I always used to love when I used to race was you've no idea what goes on in the pair before you until you pull round. And when you pull round, you look at the finish line scoreboards just that you're about to gun, and that's what Jed Guy's just done. He's just looked at the finish line scoreboard and gone, wow, Colin just went 7.12. That's close to my elapsed time. Taking on Mr. Perseverance himself, Ben Kennedy. Ben ran a personal best 10.05 in qualifying. Oh, so close to the 9s. Sure, Ben wants to say a big thanks as well to all of the crew, Matt Wright and Katie, for working their backsides off again all week this week. The engine kicked a rod last weekend. There's a new power plant in there. However, Jed Guy, number 1 qualifier, went 7.04, and he did back off early as well. Hang on. Just having a quick look under Ben Kennedy's car, see if there's anything leaking. Oh dear, Ben's not going to make the run, unfortunately. Bye run for Jed Guy. It'll be Jed and Colin in the final. Unfortunately, we can't let any car run. Well, I think they threw the kitchen sink at that one. That was instant tyre shake that time for Jed Guy. He still gets the win though, 961, 118. Bad luck for Ben Kennedy's whole team. They had a real good weekend, but yeah, there was a leak that was obviously getting worse, and Ben's been in the wall a few weeks ago, so the last thing he wants is that to happen again. So we've got Super Street Bike, round 2 coming up. Well done to the Flying Fifers. Good effort. Lane choice in the final as well. So round 2 for Super Street Bike. First race is Steve Venables after a terrific first round run, 690 He's on the first leg of a new ACU speed record. I think he went 218 miles an hour. He's in the Kestrel Beer Lane taking on Al Morrison Jr. I think it was Al that beat him back a few weeks ago at the Festival of Power. Al Morrison in the Auto Glim Lane. Steve Venables. Oh, Al Morrison, unfortunately, red lights. And he picked the worst time to do it because Steve Venables spun the tyre on the line. 7:07 at 2:06 for Alan Morrison Jr., but he left a red on the tree. It just hung about for the green light. He would have taken Steve out again. Steve Venables goes 7:63 at 2:09. He definitely got away with that one. So the other semi-final, Mark Hope against Mark Dainty, numbers 2 and 3 qualifier. They're both in the 7-1s. Real pick and race. Mark Dainty was late on the tree in round 1. I can't imagine let that happen again. So Mark Hope, Kestrel Beer, side of the racetrack. Mark Dainty, the Auto Glim Lane. There you go, Mark Dainty really wasn't late that time round. In fact, he's put a hole shot on Mark Hope. He's going to take the win as well. He does on a hole shot too. 7:45 at 194 for Mark Dainty. Takes the win over Mark Hope, who went 7.40 at 200 miles an hour. Could we have Pro ET and Super Pro into the lane, please? Pro ET and Super Pro into the lanes, please. So Mark Dainty against Steve Venables will be the final of Super Street Bike. Elimination round 2, Sportsman ET. Carl Magira with Cookie the Tesla. Kestrel Lane against Rob Creswell, who's actually done pretty well in both Sportsman ET and VW Sportsman as well. Funny Bike into the lanes, please, for your semi-final runs. Funny Bike, please, into the lanes. Thank you. Well, Carl's actually getting on the brakes quite a lot. It's Carl that takes the win. Look at that. Bang on the money. 12.90 on a 12.90. He did that very, very well indeed. Rob Creswell was 06 on the tree, went 13.88, but didn't quite get there in time. Kirsty Tram and Georgina Smith. Georgina with the Supra, Kirsty with the Mercedes. Georgina is off and running first, followed by Kirsty. Kirsty takes it. That was a whole shot win as well. She was 0.3 better on the tree. She took the strike by 06. And a 14.18 takes out a 16.09. You're wondering what I mean by whole shot win as well? Basically, whoever reacts to the Christmas tree quicker is the one that got the whole shot on the other driver or rider. In that case, an 07 for Kirsty to a 0.20. Doesn't sound like a lot, but drag racing, that's like a lifetime. Especially with everybody running so close to their predicted times. This time round, it's Felicity Gibbs and Dan Holloway. Truck Norris against Little Miss Rampage. Couple of pretty good reaction times in both lanes. I think Dan's already caught Felicity, actually. It's going to be a case of walking it up to the finish line. And yeah, Dan's already on the brakes, look. But it's Felicity who takes the win. Oh my goodness me, that win margin, 0.004. Dan Norris had quite a bit to play with, actually. 0.5 on the tree to a 0.13. Jill Medley, quickest car in the class, I think, taking on Debbie Taylor. You'd not normally expect a Jeep wagon. To be that much quicker than a Mustang. The win goes to Jill Medley with a 12.61 on a 12.55. A little bit further off that time was Debbie Taylor. Debbie did actually have the whole shot, but Jill Medley moves through. VW Pro. Round 2, just wait for the top end to get clear, I think. Luke Stevenson with the Sex Toy Dragster in the Kestrel lane. Loving the decal wrap on the spectator side of the Dragster. 12.50, 11.24. Graham Fairhead's going to try and run him down. Which he does by 60 foot. I think Luke must have some sort of problem. Yeah, Graham Fairhead will pretty much walk that one. There we go, 15-second pass to Luke's 18-second run. Still a really good weekend for Luke and Andy and the whole team. Getting it out here running, I think itself was a major victory. Just wanted to go from one end to the other. Abby Tether against James Gould and the Team Militia Golf. Abby was number 3, James number 7. Abby's still quite a way out there in front. I think Abby's going to take the stripe, and Abby does without breaking out. Well done, Abby Tether. On to round number 3. Went 13.02 at 103. James Hodson against Ian Dale. James Hodson dialing a suspiciously slow 11.50. Ian Dale about where he normally is with a 12.2. I think James Hodson's got there. James Hodson hard on the brakes, trying not to break out. Goes a second over his dial-in. 12.52. Nicely judged, sir. Into round 3. We've got Pro ET suiting up around the back of the lanes. I'm sure Super Pro won't be far behind as well. So the Late Goose, Adrian Solly, Kestrel Lane, 11.20. Taking on Mr. PB this weekend, Dave Crowhurst. With a Beetle 965. Well, the Late Goose is way out there in front. Will Dave get there in time? The answer is nope. Dave was much closer to his dial-in, but Adrian Solly at 0.2 on the tree. 0.2, you heard that right. 4.471 for Dave Crowhurst. Basically, that was the major difference at the top end. Adrian took the stripe with an 0.8 reaction time. Sorry, with an 0.8 win margin, not reaction time. I forget I said that. So VW Pro done for the moment. We're just collecting, looks like Pro ET in the lane. So Nitro FM just for a couple of moments while they get themselves together, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. Pro ET. Where are we up to? Do you know what? I don't even know where we're up to. Let's have a look. Elimination round number 3. Quarterfinals for place in the semis. This is where it starts getting serious, when we start getting towards the trophy rounds. Brian Huxley with the dark horse, or the not very dark horse as it should be called. In the Kestrel Lane, 960 for him. Simon Innes with Plum Crazy. That metal flake bonnet really pops in this beautiful sunshine. I've no idea how warm it is today. Feels fairly tropical, but it's lovely. Thank you. Simon Innes is going to go first. They have to bump into stage first, though. They're kind of looking at each other. There we go. Simon goes in. Here we go with Brian. They're both pretty damn good on the tree. See what they're like at the top end. It's Simon Innes. 10.73, the win margin. 007. Brian Huxley, 009 on the tree to an 04 for Simon Innes. Simon Innes wasn't exactly slow. Simon Innes wasn't exactly slow, but he was bang on his dial-in. And Brian Huxley, 9.66. The win margin was only 007 though, just like nothing at all. Tom Watkins gets the odd lot by in this round of racing. That's for a place in the semi. .32. That'll work. That'll work come semi-final time. Keith Herbert against James Forster. Keith dials a 9.58, James 9.40. James actually went 9.40 in the round of racing before this. It's good to see him going rounds. Cut his teeth in a Mustang that he ran for a number of years in Pro ET. Did really well with that. Just kind of carried over into this guy. He's had a few issues to iron out, but he's done it pretty well. Oh my goodness me. That is gonna be close. Keith Herbert takes the win. And Keith Herbert takes the win on a hole shot. He was 007 on the tree, Keith Herbert. That very rarely happens. James, again, wasn't exactly slow with an 07. He was closer to his dial and a 9.42 to a 9.40. But Keith Herbert, by virtue of the reaction time, had a bit more to play with at the top end. He took the stripe by 0.3 and obviously the win. So, Will Clark with most of his main competition at the head of the, or at the top of the Pro ET point standings, been dispatched already. This is his chance to make a serious move ahead. Trying to stop him will be Dave Cherritt with the Dart Revenger. I think Will Clark is still ahead. Will Clark takes the win, 9.92 on a 90. Dave was pretty close, 9.78, but Will Clark had an 0.2 reaction time, again to an 0.8 for Dave Cherritt. That's the kind of thing that makes a difference at the finish line. Funny Bike semi-finals next. Dave Peters with the Rigaboot Express. Taking on Tony Clark. I beg your pardon? Well, Tony Clark's actually going to be... It's all right, he's not taking on Tony Clark. Tony Clark's actually got a bye run. Mark Smith was due to be in this round of racing. There we go. But couldn't make it out, so Tony Clark will be in the final of Funny Bike. Well done, Tony. Very, very well deserved, mate. Well done. You're not going to want to get back on his own bike at this rate, though. It's the only problem. So the next one will be a race. Should have been against Mark Smith, but whatever went pop on Mark Smith the round before, unfortunately wasn't fixable. It will be Dave Peters against Stu Crane. Dave Peters does have a bit of a mountain to climb. Bear in mind, Stu Crane's just set or reset the ACU funny bike record. 6:47. That's outstanding stuff. World class from the Warp Speed gang. Dave Peters' quickest run of the weekend's been in the mid-7s. However, as we found out many times, you have to get there first, though. Well, Dave Peters goes red, puts himself out automatically. No problem for Stu Crane. What a flyer! 6:47 at 2:07 again. My goodness me, 10:30 at 78 miles an hour. Dave Peters bows out, but Stu Crane running 6.4s like they're, you know, nothing these days. 105 to 60, 4:15 at 1:73 at the 8th, and 6:47 at 2:07 at the stripe. Be Tony Clark against Stu Crane in the final of Funny Bike. Super Pro ET round number 3. First matchup is going to be Leah Kellett. The furthest she's ever been in Super Pro eliminations, probably because it's the first time she's ever been in eliminations in Super Pro. She does a 7.72 for the dragster. Billy, 8:48 in the door car. So the door car will be going first. Leah's doing a really good job of getting her head round the different tree sequences. We have what's called a sportsman tree and a pro tree. A pro tree, when you're in stage, starter flips the switch, all the lights come on at once and then green. Sportsman tree is they actually count down. You go, start with the top bulb, middle, bottom, and then green. It's a different sequence of leaving the start line. And doing two or different ones takes a bit of doing. However, it doesn't matter when your opponent goes 007 red. Leah through to the semi-finals with a 7.72 as well. Hang on, is that Usain Bolt I see down there? It certainly looked like it. Pete Kellett, happy man. Congratulations to the whole Kellett family. 8.51 on a 48. Billy Game was only just off on the tree. 007 red. Oh, everyone's going to be really happy that Leah joined in Super Pro this rate. Some cracking matchups in this round of racing. Ron Bartlett taking on Daniel Giles. Well, if you want to win, you got to beat the best. Ron Bartlett still with a big burnout in the Anglia, slightly abbreviated version for Daniel Giles in the dragster. Ron this time dials an 8.39, a bit slower than he's been doing before, but again, the car's normally aspirated heat of the day, you'd kind of expect that, to be honest. Both of these two very, very good on the tree in English, and both right on the money when it comes to their dial-ins. Ron Bartlett is leading the UK National Super Pro Championship. The few that are around him, Scott Hauser is out, Tom Atkinson is out, Nick Good is out, Brian Paintman is out. The next closest is Bob Doyle, who's a good couple of 100 points behind. However, he's also behind him because he's about to come round and run. I think he might even have a bye run into the semi-finals, actually, Bob Doyle. So, an important round for Ron Bartlett. Important round for everybody. Ron goes red by 1/100th of a second. Unfortunately, it will be Daniel Giles through to the semis. Ron breaks out as well, just for good measure. Daniel Giles, though, would have been seriously tough to get around. 7.38 on a 7.38 dial-in. Congratulations to the Giles and Hartley team. So, Bob Doyle has set up a semi-final matchup. .876 and an 875. I think Tracy's pretty happy with that. And an 02 light as well. When she sees that, she'll be happy too. Well done, Bob. Semi-finals beckon. 850 bike for a place in the final. Joe Elliott, a little bit quick machine in the Auto Glim Lane. Patrick Raunzi from Hebden Bridge with Kawasaki. Only 100th in it on the tree. This will be about who is the best at running 850. The answer is, well, the closest is Joe Elliott, 874. He's going to get a trophy. He's in the final, and he will be in the final against a man on the start line in the Auto Glim Lane. Jay Rowe with the fossil fuelless bike. J-Ro takes it easy as long as he trips the beams, gets the green light. Means he's moving on through. So, semi-finals of 850. Up first, Rick Swatsky with the Hayabusa in the Auto Glim Lane. Kestrel beer side for Phil Harrison. Visible reaction time advantage for Rick. Who takes the win on a whole shot. No need to run as close to the dial as you can when you get that sort of advantage off the start line. So, who will Rick race in the final? Will it be Dave Hall with the Artist in the Auto Glim Lane? It won't be Craig Wright. Unfortunately, problems for Craig. Not had his normal clockwork weekend this time, Craig. Something leaking after the burnout. Be a bye run for Dave Hall. Real shame for Craig, and very sporting indeed. Craig went over and the first thing he did was shook Dave Hall's hand and said congratulations on taking the win. Bad luck, Craig. At least you can spend the rest of the weekend in Speedos, mate. You won't none of the leather worries going on. Semis of Junior Drag Bike, Casey Holgate with a bye run. $10.92 for Casey, books a place in the final against one of the next two. Lyra Humber or Holly King? Lyra with the Rugrat racing bike in the Kestrel lane. Take it on your number one qualifier, excuse me, sorry, Holly King. So Lyra's going to be going first by about 6 seconds, 6.5 seconds almost. There she goes. Well, I think a little bit of a slow start for Lyra that time round. Holly has already caught past her by 3:30. But Holly breaks out. It's Lyra who takes the win. Well, quite unbelievable, that one. Actually, Lyra Humber is in her first final, I think. A little bit later on today. Well done. That's why even if you're a long way out in front, you don't run it through. Back off, make sure it's all okay. Round 3 of ET bike. I think actually this is, yep, this is to set up our final round. Going to be Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin against Dave Grundy. Well, even though Robbie W had the tree run afterwards, he's already out in front by some margin, already looking over his shoulder and waiting and taking the win with a 10.54. Quarter of a second reaction time advantage on the start line was the difference there. So Pete Harrison taking on Phil Pratt. Pete was number 1 qualifier. Phil was number 1 in the championship. Phil looks for a 9.02. In the Auto Glim lane, 10.85 for Pete Harrison on the Kestrel side of the track. That's going to be so close. It's Phil, 9.08 on a 9.02. That was a breakout, too quick for Pete Harrison. He did get there first by nearly 0.2 of a second. Slight reaction time advantage to Pete Harrison as well, but it will be Phil Pratt against Robbie Dobby in the final of ET Rugby Bike. We've got the Wild Bunch semi-finals. I think we also got Super Gas or Super Comp, or both, round the tower. Just got a couple of minutes before everybody straps in. Call out, please. Could we have all semi-finalists in car classes, please? All semi-finalists in our car classes into the pairing lanes, please. That's obviously in case you haven't run yet. Obviously, Pro Mod and Comp have already run, and so are some of the others. But anybody that's in a semi-final in any of the car classes, if you can make your way down, please. So we're just getting everyone strapped in and ready to go behind the tower. Just a couple of minutes break, won't be long at all. Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind, please. We won't be long.
But if I'm late, woo-hoo, the one my heart has gone to mean I want to wait, 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 wait. Tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, tico, tock. This tico, tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
was a sight from my soul. goes a sight from my soul. There goes a sight, there goes a sight. There goes a sight from my soul. I think it's all angels just walk by. 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 There goes a sight from my soul. There goes a sight, there goes a sight. Now there goes a sight from my there goes a sight. There goes a sight, there goes a sight. Now there goes a sight from my soul.
So, hopefully everybody's suntans are doing very well today. We were just collecting all of our semi-finalists for this round of racing. Going to be lots of 2x2x2s coming up. That means 2 elimination runs. The only thing that might make a little bit of a difference is we got some people that are in 2 classes that need to run in 1 semi-final and get back for another, which is always going to be fun come finals time, especially because the cars need to cool down. So, Tim Adam, Dave Fortin, Supergas semi-final number 1. Could it be an all Blitzkrieg final? Blitzkrieg car, that is, anyway. Dave Fortin is going to try and stop it. Dave Fortin with a .13 light. Whatever he did round the back of the tower before he ran, I don't think Tim Adams could even win that one. He can! That's because I said it out loud, wasn't it? The win margin was 0.4. He was 0.7 on the tree, but 0.1 for Dave Fortin. Dave Fortin back too far out of it at the finish line. Tim Adam took it, 9.96 at 1.39. It will be an all Blitzkrieg final, because Simon Fortin takes the green light, saves the engine, doesn't want to get any hotter at all. So Tim Adam and Simon Fortin are your final in Supergas. Not sure who's still in Super Comp. So we've also got semi-finals of Sportsman ET Wild Bunch as well. Sorry? Wild Bunch semi-finals next. Pete Brown taking on Mark Courcell in the first side-by-side matchup. Also, the really good news is as well, I'll say it again in Super Pro, the really good news is the young man that had his foot squished a bit in Super Pro, Dale, who cruised for Martin Jones. Nothing broken, just taken to hospital just to make sure everything is a-okay. So Mark Courcell dials an 8.30, 8.47 for Pete Brown. Going to be a pretty close race actually. Don't forget the Wild Bunch actually run a pro tree, which makes things a little more interesting. Well, Mark is actually out there in front. Is he going to back off a bit? He goes 8.25, too quick. It's going to be Pete in the final. I thought Mark did actually back off as well. He only went 147 through the finish line. Well, it is Pete Brown in the final with the Rebel. 8.53, 155. Phil James with the bye run in the small block powered Rampage Monza funny car. Will be the other side. Of the Wild Bunch final. .44. Junior Dragster for a place in the final round. After we run all our semi-finals, we'll be round to collect everybody for the final. The limited funds crew on the way to the top end to give a Mark a clip round the ear. Not really. He did try and back off. He was just on a really good run. So Luke Fulton. Tell you what, the any car named Blitzkrieg is hanging around a long, long time today. Just waiting on the timing system again to update itself for Junior Dragster. Luke Fulton looking for 8.25. 9.16 for Freddie Taylor for a place in the final. If Luke wins this one, it's going to be a really good haul of trophies for the Blitzkrieg team. Not much in it on the tree. I think Luke's got there. Luke takes the win. 200ths of a second advantage on the line, was 200ths of a second at the finish line too. Freddie Taylor bows out in the semi-finals. Who will be racing? I hope the Fultons have got lots of crew. You need everybody for the finals. Damien Redshaw from Darlington for Odyssey Batteries. 9.11 is the Darling. 8.04 for Jessica Bishop. Furthest Jessica's ever got in eliminations, I think. Advantage to Jessica on reaction time. I think she's caught him already. It is Jessica. Look at that. 8.04 takes the win. Damien Redshaw actually breaks out by about 800ths of a second. 1.04 for Jessica on the tree to a 0.23 for Damien. Everybody shaking hands and happy down on the start line. So it's going to be Jessica Bishop taking on Luke Fulton, the final in Junior Dragster. Time for the semi-finals in Sportsman ET. Obviously getting to that point where we're setting up all of our finals. Cookie the Tesla of Carl Magira, dials 12.90. Up to now, the car can run way quicker than that. He's had to brake like mad at the top end because it's going to go a lot quicker than that. But he's just got it done every single time. Sign of a good bracket race of that. Against Jill Medley. 12.57 for Jill. There's not actually much in it in elapsed time here. And if this was a heads-up race, you wouldn't know who would win. Well, they're both off and running. Carl is kind of long gone at the moment. Jill is not running him down. That's why Carl's getting on the brakes already. And Carl does it again. 13.06. Big reaction time advantage. Also, Jill broke out. It didn't matter at all, though. Carl was still there by 0.14. He'll be in the final against one of these two. Kirsty Tram or Felicity Gibbs. Kirsty with a Mercedes. 14.09. 17.31 for Felicity Gibbs. She's going to go first. They are both away with green lights. It looks like that Felicity's way too far there in front for Kirsty to catch it. I don't think that's going to be the case. It's going to be dead even. And it's going to be Felicity Gibbs, 17.35 on a 31. Slightly further off for Kirsty, 14.18. The reaction time advantage was for Felicity, and the win margin was 0.9. Carl Magira against Felicity Gibbs in the final of Sportsman ET. VW Pro semi-finals. Abby Tether and James Hodson. Abby in the Golf in the Kestrel lane. James dials again a very suspicious 11.99. The reason I say suspicious, he can go way quicker than that. Oh, well, I don't think I'm giving anything away. Abby actually didn't leave the start line when the green light came on. All James Hodson has to do is stand on the brakes, which he does, and takes the win. James Hodson will be in the final against one of these two. The late goose Adrian Solly or Graham Fairhead with Misfit. The Type 3 and the Audi A3. So there's hardly going to be anything to choose between them on the tree. I say hardly anything. It's like someone switched off the green light in the Kestrel lane because both cars in both pairs have just sat there and looked at the light. Graham Fairhead doesn't break out. Graham Fairhead does take the win. Maybe that was Goose making up for his stellar reaction time in the round before. You never know. Final VW Pro is set. Now time for VW Sportsman. Rob Creswell against Steve Stone. Both of these two qualified very well indeed. It's almost rare these days that you see high qualified cars making it to late rounds, but they've certainly done it. Steve Stone, Auto Glim Lane 1590. Rob Creswell is going to be chasing him down. Dead even at the finish. It is Steve Stone, 16.03. Takes the win. The win margin was 0.5. Rob actually had the better reaction time, but at the finish line, the difference was 0.6. Okay, the other side of the semi-finals, John Crawford Professor John Crawford against Morgan Wilson. Now, both these two have a 1 beside their name. John Crawford has VW Sportsman number 1 on the car. Morgan Wilson was number 1 qualifier here this weekend. This is absolutely a pick and race. Nothing to choose between either of them. Both very, very good at bracket racing. Although Morgan, even though she's younger, has been doing it longer. So Morgan's off and running. John's going to slowly but surely reel her in. Nothing on the reaction time. John Crawford takes the win. The win margin was 0.8 at the stripe. John actually had 500ths off the start line too. Morgan with the slowest run of the weekend actually that time round, but Mr. Crawford's in the final against Steve Stone. Keith Herbert, Will Clark. He's determined to hang on to that number 1. 9.56 for Keith Herbert. $9.90 for Will Clark. He's going to go first. Will's such a damn good bracket racer, deadly on the tree, runs really close to his number every single time with the little dragster. Well, I think that Keith's already caught him. Keith Herbert does it again. Will Clark actually broke out. He was over the stripe first and he had the reaction time advantage, but he was too quick. Keith Herbert into the final. His first event in an awful long time as well. Pick your favourite purple thing. Would it be the Purple Express of Tom Watkins or the Plum Crazy Cuda of Simon Innes? Pickup's going to go first. Pickup went red. Oh, dearie me. Tom Watkins with a 001 red. As close you can get to perfect without being perfect, frankly. Breaks out as well, just for good measure. So does Simon Innes slightly, but it doesn't matter at all. Tom Watkins with just the most minuscule red light. We're on with the semi-finals of Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Time to set up the final rounds in all of our classes. Mark Todd, Al McSweeney. Heads up race between these two. First to finish line wins. Bit of Swedish muscle or a bit of UK muscle that was originally from the factory just up the road in Newport Pagnell. Mark Todd, Kestrel Lane, only guy to run a 6 this weekend against Al McSweeney. Happily in the low 8s with the twin turbo small block. Well, Mark Todd doing a bit of pedalling. He stays out in front of Al McSweeney. 8.51 at 1.53. That's a whole shot win for Mark Todd. Exactly that. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Al went 8.31 at 1.64. Still a really, really good run. So the matchup that we've been waiting for, we're going to get to see in the final round. Andy Bond with a bye run with the ugly sister. He's going to be taking on Mark Todd in the final of Street Eliminator. It rarely works out like that. It rarely works out that the two quickest cars end up in the final. This weekend, it just so happens it has. So let's see what Andy does. See if he just goes for a nice sedate launch or he's going to test out what he can do. Well, both Mark Todd and Andy Bond broke traction around about 100 foot out. Not the two quickest 60-foot times either. It's going to be an interesting final. Bob Doyle and Leah Kellett, your first semi-final in Super Pro. Leah's first ever semi-final in Super Pro. She's been to plenty in Super Comp. Never before this far down the road in Super Pro ET. Doing a very good job of learning the different tree sequence. 7.70 is what she's looking for. Bob Doyle, 8.76 for Bob. So, Datsun or dragster into the final. They will be racing a dragster. It's going to be Leah. Another red light in the other lane. I think she's scaring him, to be honest. 7.74. Bob Doyle bows out with a breakout as well, but Bob Doyle went red on the tree. So it'll be Leah Kellett in the final of Super Pro against Daniel Charles. Again, due to the odd lot field, it whittles down that there is the odd bye run here and there. This just happens to be Daniel's turn. All he needs to do is roll forward under his own power, take the green. Congratulations to the Dolly Daydream team. Maybe should have entered Super Pro a long time ago, eh? What do you think? So 2 dragsters in the final. Daniel's just positioning the car nice and carefully so it could be towed back. There we go. I think we have a couple more cars in the lanes to run. I think the only semi-final we haven't done would be Super Comp. Just await confirmation, and then we've got to collect all of our finalists. So I think we've got Saskia around the back as well for another licensing run in the dragster. Wayne Nicholson heading back to Yorkshire. Yeah, I think we're at final rounds for everything, or collecting final rounds for everybody. I think it's only Super Comp. So Daniel Giles will be back around here very, very shortly indeed. One more licensing run for Saskia. So Saskia's put in a few runs this weekend. It's a really nice launch, couple of half-track runs. The last couple she's got a little bit out of shape around about half-track, which is more than likely why she thought better of it, which is the right thing to do as well. Backed out of it. This will be the last run for the moment. We've got everybody collecting down in the pairing lanes again. So good luck, Saskia. She's got no trouble at all launching the car. Got that completely down pat. Last 60 foot was a 1:02. Nicely done, Saskia, to a 7:04. Was she supposed to go that quick? 196 miles an hour as well, nearly a 6, nearly 200 miles an hour. Well, considering how the weekend started out, that is a terrific turnaround for the team. Well done. And well done to Saskia. She, I'm sure, will be very, very happy young lady after that. Right, we're collecting finalists for now. I'm not sure we got any more semi-finals to run. I think we are done with semi-finals. One more, yeah? Supercomp, I thought so, yeah. Supercomp semi-final to go. We're just collecting those, and then it will be definitely everybody else is at the final round stage, and we'll be running them through very, very soon indeed. So keep yourself cool. Grab whatever you need to drink. We'll be back with you soon. Thank you very much indeed for sticking with us on what is a lovely, sweltering summer day. We don't get too many of these, unfortunately, but these are the kind of days that we look forward to all winter. Actually, go on in. You don't want to talk? If you had it. Nitro FM just for not too long. We're just going to collect semi-finals of Supercomp and then be on with all of our finalists. Thank you.
ooh, but if I'm late, ooh, the one my heart has gone to mean I want to wait, 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 wait. Tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, tico, tock. This tico, tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
Okay, I did mention the one pair of semi-finals we've still got to run, and here they are. Well, the finals in Super Gas, Super Comp, and Super Pro as well is going to be interesting because just the way it's shaken out, we've got pretty much the same cars for all of them. So the throttle stop is set to 890, excuse me. Simon Fulton, who is in the final of Super Comp already. Sorry, Super Gas already. Catch up, Daryl. Taking on Dave Fulton, birthday boy Dave, in the Kestrel lane. One heck of a race. They both have 0-3 lights. Which one of the Fulton boys is going to the money round? It's Simon again. I'll tell you what, they're going to fall out of this rate. Dave Fulton bows out in the semis again. So much for being nice to your brother on his birthday. How's that work out? Simon Fulton in the final of both Super Gas and Super Comp. Let's see who the final is going to be. We could have potentially here this kind of history in the making, actually. I hate to say it out loud, because we could have both cars in the final of Super Comp and Super Gas, the same cars. I don't think that's ever... It's never happened, I don't think. We've got 3 out of 4 already, the same. Standing in the way of the Blitzkrieg Roaster this time is Leah Kellett. Lee is already in the final of Super Pro as well. They're all going to be literally, it gives a whole new meaning to the phrase hot lapping. So Leah Kellett bidding to be the one to spoil the complete blitzkrieg of the field in both Supercomp and Supergas. So John Giles making sure his belts are nice and tight in the Roadster. So the man who owns the car and has got into one final looks on, that's Tim Adam. Yes, as crazy as it sounds, I don't think that has ever happened before. So John Giles with the Roadster. 890 is the number on the board at the finish line. And Leah Kellett standing in the way. Well, John Giles has actually gone all the way into stage already. Leah won't be far behind though. Whoa, John Giles absolutely all over the place in the Roadster. They're still neck and neck at the finish line. Who's backing out? Leah spoils the Blitzkrieg party. 9.10 at 142. They were 03 and 04 on the tree. So Leah is the one that moves to two finals. She's in the final of Supercomp and she's in the final of Super Pro as well. Quick test run for Kev Jenkins in the Fraudster. Then we're going to line up all of our finalists, some of which have got a few races to do actually. Well done to the Dolly Daydream team. Still lots of hard work to go. Two more races as well.
That bear over there with the hair, slowly, and it needs some hair. That'd be really good.
So Kev Jenkins just putting in a test run, out of session with the Fraudster. Been knocking on the door of the sevens again, went 8.08 in qualifying. The car leaving the line a lot stronger. .822 at 165 for Kev that time. I think they're looking for a little bit more than that. A 121 to 60 foot. Right, all finalists into the pairing lanes, please. Could we have all of our finalists for every class into the lanes, please? We've got some trophies to give out. Around about half an hour as well after we finished with the last pair of cars have gone through the finish line, or bikes indeed. Have gone through. We will have our prize-giving trophy presentation down here on the start line. So if you want to stick around and cheer on all the people that have been entertaining your weekend, you are very welcome too. So we're going to take a bit of a break. Hopefully not too long while we gather all of our finalists. Some of them obviously have two races to do. A number of them have two races to do, actually. And we'll be back with you in a little while. So we're back on with the finals for all of our classes. Some of them are, I was going to say lucky enough, it's not luck, they're good racers. They're actually in 2 finals coming up. This is final of Comp Eliminator, and not a dragster or an altered in sight. Unfortunately, just as we fired them up, just got to sort the timing system again. I'm very sorry to say. We were just going to run comp and then pro mod, but we've just got to hang on for a couple of moments again. It won't be a minute. Literally won't be a minute. So 2 pretty much identical Camaros, apart from the vinyl roof on Nick's car down here in the Auto Glim lane. There we go. Yeah, nothing's got cold, no tyres have got cold, the engines certainly haven't got cold, and the drivers, well, they're going to get cold for weeks after this, I don't think. 11.55 is the index for Spencer Tran with the Quantum Leap. 11.30 for Nick Williams. Both these cars run in small blocks. Spence will go first. Nick will no doubt run him down. Nick's kind of had a measure of everyone this weekend. This car is super competitive. Just pretty much had to make sure he didn't red light. I think Nick's caught Spence. He's out in front, and Nick Williams takes the stripe with a 10.79, beats out 11.23. The win margin was 0.12. Spence was actually off the line first, but Nick Williams takes his first ever event win in Comp Eliminator. Final of Motorsport UK Pro Modified. Nick Davis in his first final in Pro Mod since I can't remember when. Maybe about 2000, something like that, 2001. Taking on someone who's definitely in her first ever final. That's Annie Wallace. Well, they've been given the signal to fire, but no one's actually fired up just yet. I'm not sure who it is that might have the problem. So Annie Wallace only got her licence yesterday. Licence one day, final Pro Mod the next day. I think, in all honesty, if Annie does actually win this race, could be the quickest Pro Mod Pro Mod career in history. Because, quite frankly, she's never going to top it. There'll never be another first time you get your licence. There's another first time you take your first round win, and there'll never be a first time that you get the event win as well. However, small matter of Nick Davis standing in the way first. I think they're all just giving Annie a little bit more time to get ready. I'm not sure whether they were both actually ready. There we go. Rob Loring walks round, and the family golf cart for the Wallace family comes round the back too. So it's turbo car against a nitrous car. Rob Loring almost looked back anxiously then. So Mustang against Firebird. Both drivers obviously from the UK. One of them 22 years old. So Nick Davis with the twin turbo Firebird in the auto Glim Lane. Qualified with a 6:03. He's been over 240 miles an hour on a few occasions this weekend. Oh dear, there's a big puddle for Nick Davis out there. I'm not entirely sure whether that's oil or whether that's fuel, but whatever it is, Annie Wallace will be the winner of Motorsport UK Pro Mod here at the Summer Nationals, her first ever event in the class, in the car. She wasn't licensed 2 days ago. She's now going to be picking up the biggest trophy. She's had a bit of luck along the way, but she did have to beat Kev. You can see a puddle of fluid that came out of Nick's car, and it's not evaporating. If it evaporates, it's fuel or water, but it's not going anywhere. Well, Annie Wallace came here this weekend with the idea of getting comfortable in the car, not of winning the entire event with her quickest run ever. 6:13, 229 miles an hour. You cannot say how cool that is. My goodness me. I'm pretty sure, I may be incorrect as well, but I'm pretty sure that is the first ever win for the Wallace family in Pro Modified. I know Bobby's come close. But really sorry for Nick Davis. That would have been a hell of a race That really would. Annie was 0.997 to 60 foot, 4 flat at 183 to the 8th. Over the stripe at 6.13. That's nearly a tenth of a second quicker than her brother ever ran in that car. I'm not sure if it's got the same engine in it, to be completely fair. Nick, Rob, and the whole crew. Give them your biggest round of applause, please. Winners in Pro Modified. She just came here for a bit of experience. I don't think she got a bit more than she bargained for. Now experienced at winning. Also, put your hands together for Nick Davis, Rob Loring and the entire team. They had that car on a rail this weekend. Every run pretty much was in the 6-0s. Well, we just got to do a little bit of clean-up out there in the Auto Glim lane. I'm not sure what it was, but there's a puddle out there that's being cleaned. Around about 100 foot out. Going to run the tractor over it a couple of times as well. What a stunning turn of events. Just goes to show you can't predict anything at all. Annie Wallace would have been tough to get around. 6.13 too. They really stepped it up for the final. Nitrous cars are back. I think that's the first nitrous car we've had entered in Pro Mod all season. Yes, so a couple of passes with the tractor, and right underneath the tower we have the top fuel bike final. Steve Willett with the dealer taking on Al Smith with the rocket. 3-cylinder supercharged nitro machine up against the man who's done it pretty much all in top fuel bike, Steve Willett.
If you're looking for anything from a hot drink to a full cooked meal, why not visit the Pod Cafe? Eat in or take away. Open for early morning breakfast and throughout the day, to late in the evening for evening meals. With all our food prepared on site from locally sourced produce. Children's meals available and special dietary requirements are catered for. The Pod Cafe
That's a
Pod Shop on the pit side of the strip.
If you want a special reminder of your time here at Santa Pod, then head on over to the Santa Pod shop and grab yourself a seat. With a huge range of merchandise, including clothes, toys and gifts, plus everything from other essentials. Visit always look extra clean and shiny. Chances are their enthusiastic owners treat their car to a regular dose of Auto Glim, the award-winning, easy-to-use. From all good car accessory shops everywhere. For an interactive experience, visit autoglim.com. We record, we stream, we broadcast anything live on your website. We are UUC, whether it's a
STP, proud sponsors of the 2021 National Championship Sportsman Series here at Santa Pod. STP has been going the extra mile since 1954 to help engines run better for longer. Thousands of everyday car enthusiasts and professional racers rely on STP oil also discover the secret to a recharge aircon system with STP Auto Freeze and EZ Chill Aircon Recharge. A simple do-it-yourself solution to bring back the cold to your AC at a fraction of the cost. For more information, visit www.stp.eu. STP, helping engines run better for longer.
Morning and again, need help with your technical facility. Then let AMP Audio Solutions take the strain. Whether it's audio, PA lighting, or radio services you need, AMP Audio Solutions can supply all the equipment and friendly, experienced staff to operate. To discuss your requirements, contact us at www.ampaudioSolutions.co.uk or telephone 0800-988-7326. AMP Audio Solutions, your event service provider.
First Airport Taxis Rochester, Medway's premier airport transfer company since 1980. Our goal is your destination. Call 01634 717 370 for details.
Okay, folks, just to keep you up to date with what's going on, our ever exhausted and hot track crew are out there doing their thing. Whatever it is out there, around about 100, 200 foot out, that little patch, they try to clean it with the usual method. By the looks of it, they just got to scrape the rubber off the racetrack and reapply it. That's what's going to be going on now. Hopefully it won't be too long, folks, only 5-10 minutes, something like that. We've still got all of our finals to run. So enjoy the weather, stay hydrated, and we'll be back with you again shortly.
Shouldn't be taxing. With over 30 years in services, from bookkeeping to tax planning, our helpful staff at Thomson Elphick Chartered Certified Accountants are here to help. Your green light to a winning formula. Call 01622 790052 for further details.
Yeah. I was going to call. Yeah, I was going to call it. I was like this, so I caught you. I just about got him. Well, exactly. I thought, get your priorities right here. As long as I've got you, nice, Roger.
So we're back on with our finals. Top Fuel Bike is the next one underneath the tower. Expert job, as always, by our terrific track crew. A little bit of repair out there if you effectively need it on the racing surface. When you've got things with this much horsepower going down it, it needs to be absolutely tip-top, and it always is. So Steve Wellak with the 4-cylinder Top Fuel bike with the supercharger on there, running nitromethane in the tank. Al Smith with a similar type of machine. They look roughly the same, but ours is a 3-cylinder supercharged bike running on nitro as well. So they both know each other very, very well indeed. Al Smith riding the bike, built, tuned and owned by Phil Bainbridge. Now, no one's had a particular easy time of it so far in Top Fuel bike. Everybody has had their ups and downs, their early shut-off runs. The quickest hour has been back in the 6s, so has Steve Wellak. Well, it's going to be a bye run for Al Smith. Problem for Steve Wellak. That's a lot more like it for Al Smith. Clicks it around about 1,000 foot, but the numbers before that were much, much better. 694 at only 144 miles an hour. 104 to the 8th. 411 at 171 to the 8th mile. Much more like it for Al Smith. 694, 144. Problem, whatever that was, I'm not sure for Steve Wellak. Ah, a belt. There we go. Sorry, Steve. They are fickle things, Top Fuel bikes, at the best of times. And annoying ones at the rest of them. So we've got a couple of winners. We know that Al Smith wins Top Fuel bike. We know that comp eliminator, Nick Williams, takes the win. We've still got a bunch more trophies to work out and sort out. Okay, next final. So this is an all Blitzkrieg racing final. They make up 3/4 of the finals in, or final pairings in Supergas and Supercomp. I think this is going to be the final for Supergas though between these two. Tim Adam, Simon Fulton. So heads up, 990 race. First the finish line wins without going quicker than 990. If you go quicker than 990, you ain't going to be winning. Both with immaculate paint jobs, the same paint job pretty much actually. Both the cars previously owned by the man in the Autoglym lane, Tim Adam. So for bragging rights when they get home, who's it going to be? They've both deep staged. No deep staging in bracket racing. Ian Marshall says, do it again, fellas. Come on. Back you go. Simon's going to take it backwards as well. Yeah. They both rolled into deep stage. You're not allowed to do... If he actually ran the tree, they both get a red light. That's better. Nice and easy, fellas. There we go. The Roadster still hooking right on the launch. And it's the Roadster taking the win, 991 to 92. What a race. Tim with your action time advantage of 07 to 0.1. Tim Adam takes the win in Supergas. So, two dragsters in the final of Super Pro ET. Leah Kellett with Dolly Daydream in her first ever race in Super Pro, going to be taking on the #1 qualifier, Daniel Giles. So Leah has been the benefit of a couple of red lights in eliminations. Doesn't matter though, she's still been very, very good. Really good on the tree, really good on the quarter mile. Sometimes you have to take your luck where you get it. So Pete Kellett brings his little girl into stage. Here we go then, the final was Super Pro. Leah 772, 738 for Daniel Giles. Green light drag race for the final. Reaction time advantage to Daniel. The win to Daniel Giles on a whole shot as well. 746 on a 38. Takes out a 776 on a 72. Daniel was 03 on the tree. Leah was 0.13. Well, Leah's got to calm herself down and get back round here for the final in Super Comp. John Crawford taking on Steve Stone, the final of VW Sportsman. John Giles 15.99, 15.90 I think that is for Steve Stone. So John Crawford wearing the #1 from the previous championship. Steve Stone was actually your #1 qualifier for a while. This is going to be all down to who drives the finish line the best. I'm sure they're going to be sitting there looking at each other all the way up. Looks like John Crawford slightly out in front and now backing off. John Crawford takes the win on a whole shot. 0.12 to 0.19 on the tree. The win margin was only 0.003 at the finish line. Terrific race. Well done, John. Final of ET Bracket Bike. Phil Pratt, Robbie Dobby. 9.02 for Phil, 10.50 for the Super Penguin in the Auto Glim lane. Robbie Dobby with a very obviously polite reaction time. Phil's going to catch him. Phil's going to take the win. 9.10 on a 9.02. A huge breakout for Robbie Dobby, and Phil Pratt still got there first. Final wild bunch. Phil James with the Rampage, Pete Brown with Rebel. 9:39 the dial-in for the little funny car. For the Nostalgia Slingshot in the Auto Glim lane, 8:51. Going to be the funny car going first. Followed by the Dragster. They'll both be picking up trophies here today. Well, they're almost dead even on the tree. It looks like Pete's actually caught him already, as long as he doesn't break out, which he doesn't. It's Pete Brown, the new world standing jump record set by the crew on the start line. Congratulations, 9:62 lose out for Phil James. It is Pete Brown, the winner of the Wild Bunch here this weekend. Final of Pro ET. Simon Innes against Keith Herbert. Great to see Keith back in the mix. He's going to be playing catch up as well. Simon Innes is going to be leaving over a second before the Sport Fury. However, Keith Herbert goes red on the tree, 009 red as well. Oh, so close. It's Simon Innes who takes the win in Pro ET. Bang on the money as well, both of them. Well done to the Browns. Congratulations. Excellent win. As we move on with the final of Junior Drag Bike. Also had a very kind message, thank you very much indeed, from Mr. Jerry Collier, saying both Pro Joint Fabrications and Nitro Junkie have doubled the prize money for Junior Drag Bike this weekend. It's Lyra Humber against Casey Holgate. These two are actually related as well. Lyra's going to be going first. Casey's got a long wait on the start line, which she does very, very well indeed. Looks like Lyra might even get there first. She does, but she breaks out. Oh my goodness me, she was over the line first by 0.3, but she goes too quick. Casey Holgate, your winner in Junior Drag Bike. Well done, and thanks again to Nitro Junkie and Pro Joint Fabrications for supporting the future of the bike races in the sport. Junior Drag's the final now. Luke Fulton, Jessica Bishop. We've already got one Blitzkrieg car in the winner's circle. Can we have two? Potentially three, actually. Luke Fulton with an 8:28, 8:02 for Jessica. Jessica goes red by 0-2. It's Luke Fulton. It's another Blitzkrieg trophy on Sunday. Breaks out slightly, doesn't matter at all because the red light was in the other lane. Well done to Luke Fulton. So that's two Blitzkrieg cars with two winners' trophies. There's still a chance for another one as well. Outlaw Anglia final, Colin Miller and Jed Guy. This could be one hell of a race between these two. Well, the burnout competition's anything to go by. The race is going to be fantastic between these two. Quickest of the weekend so far is Jed Guy with a 7:04. However, Colin Miller on the last couple of runs has been in the 7.1s. Has Jed got a problem? Bob's actually run over to him while he stopped on the racetrack about 3:30. Does indeed look like we may have another bye run in the final. Jed Guy being pushed off the racetrack. In Shorty's hot rod, Colin Miller. The long trip from Scotland, I think, is about to become worthwhile. However, I'm sure he would have preferred to do it, actually beating him on the racetrack instead of Jed having an issue. Yeah, we've got to get Jed out the car and over the wall just in case. Here he comes. So Colin Miller with the victory lap. As always, if you can get it to leave the start line, hold your breath. It's the if. That's always the problem. So Jed Guy gets to watch, unfortunately, while Colin Miller takes a bye run for the win in Outlaw Anglia. Goes 7:24, over 190 miles an hour one more time. Well done to the Flying Fifer team. Jed Guy, commiserations, mate. Still a really, really good weekend. Some more terrific runs. That 6 is just around the corner. You can smell it, can't you? It's going to be one of those two, or John Webster. And there's still a few more cars in the offing as well that could potentially do it too. So Jed Guy going to be pushed back. Colin Miller's going to be getting a winner's trophy. We got the final Sports Mini T. We've got all the bikes to go as well. What else we got around now? Still got lots more to come. Still got the final of Super Comp to go as well. Put your hands together for Jed Guy and the team, everybody. Not the way they fancied finishing their weekend, obviously. That's a long old walk back, isn't it? 3:30 doesn't seem like very far when you're in the race car. However, when you've got to push the car back, it seems like it's about a mile. Soon to be a 6-second race car, as hopefully will a few of them. So, Sports Mini T final next. Carl Margera taking on Felicity Gibbs. Tesla taking on Mustang. So Carl Margera with Cookie the Tesla, dials 1290. However, he's got to sit there and wait for what's going to feel like an eternity for Felicity Gibbs to disappear in the distance with the Mustang. Now, Carl Margera's car can run way quicker than 10.90. He's going to catch her a long time before the finish line. It's all about braking. It's all about taking the stripe. And Carl Margera breaks out. 17:44 for Felicity Gibbs. His luck runs out in the final, actually. He's done that very, very well every other run today. It's Felicity Gibbs with the win in Sports Mini T. Well done, gentlemen. Carl was actually over the line first by quite a bit, but there was a big reaction time advantage for Felicity. That's what made the difference in the end. So, Day Hall with the artist, Rick Sawatsky with the Busa in the Auto Glim lane. 950 bike final. First to finish line wins. Don't go quicker than 950. That's it. Simple rules. Well, Dave Hall just kind of crawls off the start line. I'm not sure that was intended. Rick Sawatsky gets time to sit up, look over his shoulder and take the win. 10:44 for Dave Hall. Well, this is the matchup we've been waiting for ages to see. Ever since Andy Bond ran his first 6 a couple of years ago, Mark Todd ran his first 6 last year. They have never been at the racetrack at the same time, racing together. This is the first time. The UK's only 2 6-second, 200 mile an hour road legal door slammers going at it in the final. Who's it going to be? The ugly sister in the Kestrel lane? The Aston Martin Vantage in the Autoglim lane. Here we go. It's Mark Todd taking the win. Red light for Andy Bond. Just dipped in a little bit too far. Goes 7.55, 1.56. Mark Todd pedals his way to a 7.68 at 1.89, but he does take the event win. And Andy Bond doing his very best to put Mark Todd off. It didn't work. He went red by 0.1. Mark Todd was 0.7 on the tree. Street Tyres having a hard time hooking up this weekend on the on very, very warm racetrack. J Road, Joe Elliott, last 2 standing, 8.50 bike. Joe Elliott, Autoglim lane, J Row, Kestrel lane for the win. Dead even on the tree, nothing to choose between them at all. J Row's actually out there in front, and J Row takes the win, 8.64 to an 8.72. Good effort by Joe Elliott. They both were 0.13 on the tree. Still got a few more finals to go. VW Pro. Graham Harehead. Jesus, you can tell it's been a long weekend and warm one. Graham Fairhead in the Autoglim lane. Just trying to get the dial in off of James Hodgson's car. 12.50 is the dial-in. Again, the dial-in getting slower and slower and slower for James Hodgson. Started out the weekend with a 10.19. Graham Fairhead, 11.24, which is around about where he's been all weekend. Green light drag race. Well, Graham Fairhead's definitely caught him. It's Graham Fairhead who takes the win, 11.49 on a 24. He had a reaction time advantage as well. Obviously some kind of issue with James Hodgson as the weekend went on. Well done, Graham. Final of comp bike. Not necessarily the 2 you'd expect to see. The number 1 and 2 qualifiers fell by the wayside during the day. Chris Neary, Jordan Kenway. Jordan was the number 5 qualifier in the Autoglim lane. Chris Neary, number 3. Chris does have an ET advantage so far over Jordan. However, all of that's gone out the window in most of these finals. I think Jordan's bike was popping and banging a little too much there. Chris Neary, 7.74, 181, takes the win in comp bike. 10.33 lose out for Jordan. Still a really good weekend. Just a couple more finals to go. And this one is going to be a goodie. Final of Funny Bike. Europe's almost Europe's quickest funny bike in the Autoglim lane for Stu Crane, Warp Speed Racing. Went 6.47 twice this weekend. Taking on Tony Clark on the hired gun. Tony's best 7.25. Tony is going to keep him honest in this final round race. He's gone in. He's on the 2-step already. And he leaves Stu Crane for dead on the start line, does Tony Clark. 6.51, 2.07 beats Tony Clark's very, very good try of a 7:26 at 182. Tony left on Stu by over 3/10 of a second. 3/10. Still wasn't nearly enough to take out the warp speed bike. Just got a few blocks to replace. I'm sure Tony Clark's absolutely A-OK. He did everything he could to try and take out Stu Crane, but in the end, it wasn't enough. So yeah, just a couple of blocks to replace. It's much easier affair than it used to be in years gone by. By punching the blocks, Tony Clark wouldn't have won that anyway, but he was still trying to make a race of it. And a pretty good race it was too. So we've got the final of Super Street underneath the tower. We've got Supercomp final round the back as well. And I think that might be it. So it really, really won't be long. Leah Kellett is just strapping herself into Dolly Daydream as well. Just a couple of moments before we get on with Super Street Bike. The track crew, the ever excellent track crew, just replacing the blocks up at the finish line. And we've got our Super Street Bike final with Steve Venables. Should be taking on. Yep, there he is. Mark Dainty sitting out there looking nice and cool, calm and relaxed in the shade. Yeah, I think we've got this and then Supercomp to go. And that will be a wrap for the Summer Nationals in 2021. Yeah, because the block's actually shattered a little bit. There's going to be a few bits and pieces to clear up as well. It's not just going to be a case of replacing the blocks, unfortunately. But as always, it won't be too long. They are on the case as always.
STP, proud sponsors of the 2021 National Championship Sportsman Series here at Santa Pod. STP has been going the extra mile since 1964 to help engines run faster so longer. Thousands of everyday car enthusiasts and professional racers rely on STP.
Thank you very much indeed, Nitro FM. Last couple of finals. Super Streak Bike, Steve Venables against Mark Dainty. Number 1 against number 3 qualifier. Ven has had the quickest bike all weekend. However, he did stumble in the semi-final run against Al Morrison Jr. But unfortunately, Al Morrison went red on the tree. So here he is in the final against Mark Dainty. Been over 200 miles an hour, both of these two, many times. Just hope for a really nice, good, close race. Here we go then. Who is going to take the win in Super Street Bike? Ven or Mark? Two very good launches, both of them with excellent reaction times. It's going to be, oh, Ven, look at that for a race. 7:24 at 1:97, takes out a 7:24 at 1:98. Ven was 0-1 on the tree. Mark Dainty was 0-1 on the tree. The win margin just 0.06 of a second. That was a proper race. Final Supercom, which I think is our last final. We got one more test run to go. Leah Kellett with Dolly Daydream getting the runners-up trophy for Super Pro. Can she get the bigger one for the win in Supercom? Then against Simon Fulton. No pressure, Simon. We got Tim Adam with a big trophy. We got Luke with a big trophy, with a Blitzkrieg car as well, obviously. Could this be another one for the Blitzkrieg gang? We're about to find out. Our last actual competitive race of the weekend. Leah in the dragster, Simon. Oh, Leah goes red on the tree by 1/1000 of a second. Simon goes, oh, and Leah goes 890 at 166. Don't look at the scoreboard, Pete, for God's sake. Don't look at that one. No. She was 001 red on the tree. She did very, very well to get to both finals anyway. So, but it is Simon Fulton, the winner in Super Gas. So there are Blitzkrieg. The Blitzkrieg team has 3 winners' trophies this weekend. Luke, Simon, and Tim all done the business. Supercomp, Super Gas, and Junior Dragster as well. One last run for Ben Kennedy with the Ford pup called Relentless from down there in Essex. He's run 10.05. This is just a time trial run. Unfortunately got shut off earlier due to a leak. He's going to bring the car into stage, bring the revs up. There we go, spools it up. Well, he went 10.05 best. That may be a mid-10. 10.33 at 1:32 to finish off his weekend. Well done, team, as well. And you get to go home with it in one piece. Yeah, I know. It's bonuses to everything, aren't there? Anyway, folks, thank you all very much indeed for making Santa Pod Raceway your venue of choice for this wonderful sunny weekend here in the UK. We're very, very happy that you could join us. If you want to, please stick around for trophy prize-giving presentations in around about half an hour just at the foot of the tower, just underneath where I'm stood right now. Obviously, all winners and runners-up, if you'd like to make your way down in a little while, please. We will be giving out the trophies and everything else as well in recognition of your efforts this weekend. Thank you, as always, to our fabulous Santa Pod Raceway track crew, everybody for the Santa Pod Racers Club, start line crew, everybody up here in the tower, up at the top end past the finish line, the marshals running around in the pits, you know, everybody, absolutely everybody. No, I don't do anything, I just say what you do. It's easy, I get the easy bit. Anyway, thank you all very much, have a safe trip home. Nitro FM for a little while, and we'll be on with prize giving in about half an hour. Thank you.